Good evening, everyone. I hope I'm coming through. And I'll now call the meeting to order. This is the Meridian Township Board meeting. We're set virtually on June 15th, 2021, 6 p.m. And we will call the meeting to order and then do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic and one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And then I'll ask our clerk, Ms. Guthrie, to call the roll. And in there, as you answer, please indicate from where you are located.
Sorry about that, Supervisor Stika.
I am here and I'm in Meridian Township.
Clerk Guthrie, Meridian Township. Treasurer DeShane.
I am present for the meeting, but calling in from Oakland, Maryland tonight.
Trustee Jackson.
Present in Meridian Township.
Trustee Absamer.
Present and attending from the city of Lansing.
Trustee Sunland.
Present, and I'm calling in from Meridian Township.
And Trustee Basinski.
Present, also calling in from Meridian Township.
All board members are present.
Thank you very much. Our first item is a presentation, and it's a presentation we receive every year from MERS, the retirement system to which the township subscribes. And it's for our retiree health care and township pension fund 2020 evaluation reports. I will start out with Mr. Walsh.
Thank you, Your Honor, and members of the board. Yeah, there's three things I want to cover tonight. The MERS pension system, which is our most important fund because it's obviously the largest and where we have our debt. It covers approximately 105 employees, with 73 or 74 of them being in the police and fire department. We also have our old former township pension fund, which has been closed out for 20 or 25 years. There are no current active employees covered by the township's old or former pension plan, and then retiree health care. And then I have one slide over our overall financial condition. One thing we learned from going through our bond rating 2 years ago is I remember Standards & Poor's officials out of New York telling us, you have such a solid financial position, you need to report this more to the community and to the board. And we actually lost a couple of points because we weren't reporting as much as we should to the board. So we're making this an important part of what we do. And we're going for a AAA bond rating, which would put us in the top 6% in the state. And we're doing that next year. So if you share the screen, Mr. Perry. So this is beginning the MERS evaluation from 2020. First slide.
Are you guys able to see that or not?
No, it's still on the first one, Derek.
Okay, but it was sharing?
Yeah, it was sharing. Now it's not.
Okay. Let me do that again. Sharing. So you can see it now?
Yeah, we can see the first page.
Yeah.
And here is the funding level history of the MERS pension fund, which again is by far the largest debt that we have. You can see back in 1999, we were 54% funded and we hovered right around there. And then in 2017, we went to the voters for a millage for police and fire, including legacy cost. And we're inching our way up. We're at the highest funding level that we've been. We're not making the progress that we had hoped to, but certainly we're making progress. And we're going to talk about accelerating that progress here in the next 20 minutes. Again, this shows you where we've come since 1999 at our lowest point. This is an interesting slide, our graph chart. This shows what our payments are increasing from 2021 to 2022. So, and there's the phased in amount and the non-phased in amount. If you look at the bottom of the screen, if we wanted to pay the least amount we could possibly pay to MERS, and this is an important point, at the bottom of the screen, there's 2,930,316. If we wanted to, that's the least amount we could pay to MERS and still meet our ARC, which is our actual required contribution, 2.9. Try to remember that number as we move forward. Also, look at the changes that we've implemented and the impact it's had on the pension. And the numbers down in the middle, you can see that the administrative professionals, which we're paying 17% of payroll right now for employees hired before 1/1/17, and look what we're paying now, just over 3% instead of 17. So, and then if you go down to command and patrol, 1.35, employees before 77%. And then if you look down at the fire, it's 2% rather than the 60-some% we're paying to employees before. This demonstrates that the changes that we've made are going to have a very significant impact on our fund going forward in a very positive way. So although we're struggling in this area, the changes we made are going to have a great effect. And one thing I should note, that these percentages for police and fire employees hired before 1/1/17 do not include the surplus funds. We've been putting in $1.5 million per year, 750 into both police and fire. They are not accounted for there. So those percent of payrolls are not as high as they're just described in front of you. What if we want to get to 100% funding in 10 years? Remember, we could pay 2.9 and get by paying the actual required contribution. What are we actually going to pay? We're going to pay 5.2 million. 5.2 million. So that is over $3 million more than what's required to pay based on what MERS is telling us we can pay. Why? Because MERS uses a ROSI. In fact, it used to be 8% and they lowered it to 7.75. As you can see, MERS has made another reduction down to 7.35 rate of return. Meridian Township is very, very bold and aggressive in forecasting the rate of return. We are forecasting only a 5.35 rate of return. So that's why we're paying so much more in than the ARC, the 2.9. The 2.9 is based on a much higher rate of return. We're not looking at it as such a rosy picture. And this shows you here exactly what we're talking about. If you, on the bottom right corner, we could pay $271,000 per month. But we're actually paying $400 and some thousand per month, $434,000 based on the 5.35 rate of return. And this shows you the different rate of returns and exactly how much you'd have to pay per month. Again, a very aggressive approach by Meridian Township. There are not very few communities in Michigan that are using this 5.35 rate of return. So that's kind of a summary of where we are with MERS. Let's talk about retiree healthcare. And for those of you that can remember, going back 6, 7, 8 years ago, we were $4 million underfunded in retiree healthcare. Today, we're 100% funded. By our aggressive approach over the last 6 to 8 years, we have paid off all of our retiree healthcare debt. We are now 100% funded. We were funded in the 60% range just 5 years ago, and now we're at 100%. And this shows you that graph. Well, just 3 years ago, we were 54% funded in 17 and 18. And you can see very aggressive approach, and we're now 100%. That puts us in a very unique and special place in Michigan among communities to be 100% funded for your OPEB, which is other post-employment benefits is what the OPEB stands for. This shows you, what does this really mean? It shows you that our OPEB liability was 4 million and then 4.2 and then 776. And now our OPEB liability is $18,000 instead of 4 million. Again, a great position to be in. Here's what we've been talking about to anyone who would listen over the last few years. If we could get these paid down our annual contribution would go down significantly, therefore free up more money to help us pay off the MERS. So how can we afford to take on a 5.35% rate of return with MERS? We can do that because we paid down our other two legacy costs. Look, we were putting in nearly $500,000 just 2 years ago. And now our payments required is $88,000. What do you do with the other $400,000? Well, you transfer that over and begin to pay down your MERS at a more accelerated rate. We're already paying it at an accelerated rate because of the $1.5 million that we're paying additionally. Now we're just ramping that up even more. Let's talk about now the third leg of the stool, the closed employee pension plan of Meridian Township, which there are no active members or no active employees that are in the system. Again, looking back, just 2015, not that long ago, what was our debt? 1.8 million, approaching $2 million. So you've got 4 million in one bucket, 2 million in another bucket, and MERS is out of control. This township board said we are going to be bold and we're going to really go after this legacy debt. And now, look, we're overfunded. Instead of $1.8 million debt, we're $44,000 overfunded in our township pension fund. And you say, well, when you get to 100%, people can ask for more benefits. That's true, but there are no active employees. That's why you pay this one down first. And we're 100%, just over 100% funding. Again, $1.8 million in debt 3 years ago, and here we are now up to 100%. And so you can see just in 2015, the OPEB or retiree healthcare was 54% funded. Well, where were we in 2015 with it? We were 66%, 68% with this fund. So this one's gone from 66 to 100, and the retiree healthcare has gone from 54 to 100. And again, what does that do? It frees up funding to attack your MERS pension. What was our required contribution just when this when the last board came in when the last board came in place? You may remember if you came on the board in 2016 or 2017, we were putting $400,000 a year. What was our required contribution? About $150,000. We put in 400 because we were bold and we showed great leadership, and we put in an extra funds, managed well, and now look what's happened. Our required contributions down to 120,000. We're fully funded. What does that do? Frees up another 300,000 on top of the 400,000 in retiree healthcare. So what can you do with that? You can now attack your MERS legacy debt with a great accelerated pace. We could put in I started this presentation 10 minutes ago by telling you could put in 2.9 million. We're actually putting in $5.2 million into MERS. That's 2.3 million in additional funds. So when people say, well, are you putting in the $1.5 million that you promised that you put in 2017? We are, plus another $800,000. Well, how are you doing that? Because we were bold and we showed great leadership over the last 4 or 5 years and paid these other debts down, and we freed up that 400 and 300. And now you can see we walk the walk, we talk the talk. We're putting those extra funds into the MERS pension fund and paying it off at an accelerated pace. Not fully funded scenario. If we weren't fully funded, what would we be paying? We'd have to pay MERS 5.2, the retiree healthcare 400, and the township plan 200,000. We would have to pay $5.8 million if we weren't fully funded. What is our actual contribution going to be? It's actually going to be 5.4. So not only are we paying an additional $600,000, our payment is less than what it would have been because of our fully funded position. So here it is. The fully funded position is a $266,000 rather than the not fully funded of $651,000. That is about $300,000, $400,000. Say it's about $400,000 less that we're paying in additional interest cost because we are fully funded on 2 of our 3. Again, retiree healthcare, fully funded. Old former township health plan, pension plan, fully funded. MERS is now up to 64%. That's the status of the 3 funds, the 3. And I'll close with our overall township financial picture. Going back 8 years ago, our fund balance in the general fund was $5.2 million. So the question is, okay, you accelerated, you were bold, you paid these down, you led, but what's happened to your overall financial picture? Where have you robbed to pay Peter to pay Paul? No, not at all. Not only have we paid off those funds at 100%, we've also increased our overall general fund balance up to from 5.2 million up to $10 million. And now in 2022, the board's going to face some really interesting, creative discussions about what we can do. This does not, well, people look at this and they say, sure, with the American Rescue Plan funding coming in, sure, your finances look good. No, none of the American Rescue Plan dollars, which we anticipate between $4 and $5 million, none of that is included in the graph before you. So that wraps up my presentation. It's really important for the board and the community to know where we are with our pension funds and our retiree health care and where we look going forward. The board in this budget coming up is going to have some pretty exciting decisions and discussion to talk about where you go. That's it, Mr. Supervisor and board, unless you have any questions. And I appreciate your attention tonight. And I appreciate the support that I received from Finance Director Madison, and especially Deputy Manager Perry in putting this report together. Thank you.
Trustee Opsimer, you have some questions or comments?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Steikat. Manager Walsh, my only question, and thank you for the presentation, and I'm going to reference the report, the DRS report that was put together in the packet. I saw that our
Trustee Jackson, are you having trouble hearing him?
I'm trying. Go ahead.
We're having some difficulty, Dan. I don't know if it's your.
Come back to me real quick.
Oh, there you go. You're coming in
You're
now.
good now. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm going to reference the GRS report that's in the packet because I don't have that presentation, but I was just looking at the figures that they gave us in the report for the rate of return that we're receiving on the MERS fund. And so the smooth rate of return was, where we smoothed it over a decade was 8.17, with the 2020 actual return being 12.7. Given those numbers, I was hoping, given the 1.5 million additional payment, and that our rate of return is actually been pretty very strong, really, especially given COVID. I was hoping to see a little bit more progress on our, percent funded level on the MERS side. So setting aside, what we can do in the future relative to the OPEB and the Township's Pension Fund, what is MERS telling us as to why we aren't seeing a more significant funding level than 62% is what I believe we're currently at for MERS, right?
Yeah, we're at 64 for MERS, and
Oh, that's right.
and a good question. We're obviously disappointed too. We expect it to be close to 70 right now. And when we accelerate this thing more in the next couple of years because of our funding options that we have, we're going to get there. But to answer your question directly, we're meeting with MERS Friday afternoon at 3:30. We're going to have a Zoom call with them. If there's a couple board members that want to attend that, it's going to be interesting information. But here's what I think they'll tell us. Because they here's what other managers are telling me what they believe happened. Because MERS lowered the 775 to 735, we were all impacted by that, by forecasting. And also, the smoothing, they take the percentage of rate of return and they smooth it over 5 years. And the challenge is we still have that really difficult year, I think that was 4 or 5 years ago, where we had like a 30% loss. We still had that smoothed over, and we're about ready to drop that off. We've had 2 really good years together. This year's going pretty strong. So as we drop off that year, I think we'll see us accelerate next year or the year after. So it's that smoothing effect and then the change in the rate of returns that impacted us.
Can you, for the non-anointed, explain what smoothing means?
Yeah, smoothing is like if you get a 18% rate of return in 1 year, you're thinking, great, we are gonna we're gonna be 72% funded. What happens is they take that 18%, or let's say it's 15 to make the math easier, and they attribute 3% per year. So they smooth it out so that you don't have those huge dips. So if 1 year you have a 30% loss, you're only going to have a 6% loss per year. They smooth it out over. So when you can drop off, like the really bad year we had about 4 years ago, when that drops off, then you'll see us have a number of positive years that are smooth together, and we'll see an accelerated jump in our rate of return, in our funding position.
I'll go back to Dan in a minute, but what I was getting at is this a paper transaction, the smoothing, or is this a reality?
It's what they use. I'm not an actuarial, and I'm not going to pretend to be. All I know is they take the 15% growth in 1 year and they put 3% to each year, and that's how they smooth it out. So you're
Okay, so it's more of a way of accounting for it. Director Madison, is that correct?
Yeah, it's kind of an accounting method where you don't take that huge gain, like Manager Walsh was explaining. You don't want to take that huge gain or huge loss in 1 year, so they kind of like level it off. So it's a way to not have huge spikes in your payment requirements or huge dips in your payment requirements. It tries to keep your payments at a smooth, even pace. So yeah, it's a way of accounting for it.
Thank you. I apologize, Trustee Osmer, but I've had a lot of people ask me, what the heck's the smoothing stuff? So I thought I wanted to get that in there while I could. Go ahead, Dan, I'm sorry.
Fair enough, Mr. Supervisor, and thank you, Manager Walsh, for the explanation. My only thing to leave you with for the meeting with MERS on Friday, and I might be interested and might possibly be able to join if you send that information out to the board, but in the event that I couldn't attend, my only thing that I'd like to see asked of MERS, I believe we were at 58% in 2017 when we went out for the millage. So we're over the first 3 years, we've made about a 2% gain on average, right, in our percent funded status, up to 64% now. And I don't have all the computation in front of me, but with our 1.5 million additional payment, I think that's on top of like 4.2 or 4.5 million. I mean, that's a significant percentage increase, right? So I guess they need to kind of explain to us whether it's the smoothing or a combination of another set of factors. Perhaps our picture is technically better. And like you said, we do have one bad year that's kind of holding us back, but those do come in time. So it's not necessarily fair to throw it out. I just feel like the actuarials here, there's something that they need to explain to us, because even putting that additional 800,000 from the OPEB that we free up from OPEB and the township pension system, I mean, we are not pacing well, but I still feel good because we were holding steady for a decade with just doing the bare minimum at their recommended rate of return. Now we're doing like 30 some odd % more every year, and we're doing a lower rate of return, and we've done all the changes under the plans to reduce some of the future liability. So I just feel like MERS has some explaining to do on the actuarial side, because I just don't feel like it adds up completely, would be my sense. Thank you.
I think it was Trustee Jackson. Did you have your hand up before the treasurer? If not, I'll call the treasurer. Go ahead. Treasurer Deshay.
Manager Walsh, I want to thank you for the summary as well. And to Trustee Opsmer's point, the smoothing has played a factor here. But when you consider we only approved the police and fire millage in 2017, 2018 was the first year we collected it. So we've had 3 full years of collecting it. I believe it's going to take until the end of 2022 to see the full benefit of our increased payments. And we'll get that odd year, that bad year out of there. And quite honestly, we could have another bad year. The stock market's very fickle. It's been on a run of sorts for the past several years. We could have another year where it's down 30%. But because we've got the 5-year average going for us, we'll continue to grow at a minimum of 2%, and some years possibly 3, 4, and 5. We'll find out more on Friday. I'd like to be in that meeting as well, Manager Walsh.
Thank you.
Anyone else, questions, concerns for Director Walsh? Manager Walsh? Thank you very much for that report. It was excellent. I think you're right. We need to be hearing about that as often as possible. Every time there's a major change of any kind, we should certainly hear about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention this evening.
All right. We'll now move on to citizens addressing agenda and non-agenda items. And I assume Mr. Geeves is on here to help us with that. I will mention while he figures out if there's anyone in line that we limit our comments to 3 minutes. We do not dialogue with the people who comment at this time. We do make note of what they say, and we may respond later in the meeting or at another meeting. And we ask that they be courteous, that they address to the board as a whole, not individuals, and not to other people who may or may not be in attendance, but to the board as a whole, and as much as possible, stick to the issues. So with that, Mr. Geeves, do we have anybody that wants to come on?
Yes, we have several people raising their hand, and we have a caller who's been on hold for several minutes. Caller, go ahead. Can you please state your name and address for the public record?
My name is Stephen Vagnozzi. My address is 2144 Woodfield Road in Okemos, Michigan.
Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead, Steve.
I would like to address an item that is coming up on the action portion of the agenda, and that is a resolution of support for increased funding for Amtrak. And you have up on the screen now a map, and I want to just quickly describe the benefits to the township of this. This is essentially a 15-year plan, 2035. This map shows all of the Amtrak routes in the Midwest. There is one route. It's the route from Port Huron through Battle Creek onto Chicago that serves Meridian Township residents on a once-a-day basis in each direction. This proposal would add a second train, most likely running on an opposite schedule. So you would have 2 chances in the morning and early afternoon to go to Chicago, and the reverse coming back. In addition, there would be the light blue lines. You'll see one between Detroit and Toledo that actually continues on to Cleveland. They're proposing implementing new service, 3 round trips a day, and also through Detroit, service back to Toronto. That once existed years ago. It ran through Port Huron to Toronto, but there's a much bigger population base. This, again, it would support, the president's infrastructure goals and environmental, this is a climate friendly, train travel is extremely climate friendly. 80%, whoops, I lost my
30
time.
seconds, sir.
No, you're fine. Yeah, 30 more seconds.
% more efficient than private car travel and 73% more efficient than airplanes. And so I would ask the board to consider supporting the resolution, which will go to Senator Gary Peters, who sits on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee in the U.S. Senate. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Mr. Vagnozzi, who was also on our Transportation Commission. In fact, I think he's chair at this time. Okay, next person.
Next, we have a Dr. Shireen Tabrizi marked in the attendee area. Please remember to state your name and address for the public record.
Good evening.
You have an echo. Please turn off whatever else you have on.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stika. Are you okay now?
Yep, we're fine. Hey, that's great.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Shireen Tabrizi, residing at 3917 Sheldrake Avenue and owner of 3566 Kansas Road, next door to the proposed project. I'm discussing agenda item 12A, rezoning number 21020. I oppose the proposal submitted by Martin Forsparrow to rezone the 2 residential parcels on Kansas Road. And as you know, spot rezoning the 2 residential parcels will adversely affect the wildlife, the quiet atmosphere, and will threaten safety of residents, especially the children. It will depreciate the value of our homes despite the proposed green buffer and access to municipal water. Sparrow's revised proposal includes 24/7 freestanding medical emergency services. This means light and sound pollution, strangers next to my backyard and in the neighborhood at all times. The $10,000 per resident Sparrow is offering will not cover costs for connection to municipal water, disabling our current well and covering costs of the water treatment system we purchased 2 months ago. The vast majority of residents on Kansas and Indiana roads have strongly opposed this proposal since March. When I purchased the property, the Meridian Township Master Plan was my guide. The plan did not include rezoning those parcels. If I knew you'd approve a freestanding ER, I wouldn't have bought it. Once you grant the rezoning request, the parcels are fair game. The developers may use it in any way they please. What are your assurances for holding them accountable toward the conditions you'll specify? There are alternative commercial properties off Jolly, 1/4 mile west from Kansas at James Phillips Street. There is also McLaren, 8 minutes from Kansas. A freestanding emergency services facility does not need to be on Okemos property and on residential parcels to serve Okemos residents. I had suggested to you to meet with neighbors, hear our perspectives, and familiarize yourselves with the unique features of the road. My offer is still open. I'm kind of disappointed that you still have it as a final adoption today. And I hope that we still have some say about what happens in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Yep. Next speaker.
Dr. Tabrizi will be followed by John Fashney.
State your name and address, please. You're muted if you're trying to speak. Still muted.
Apologize. My wife is, as usual, helping me in these matters. Yeah, I think 3566 Kansas is property we own. We also have property in Briarwood. Basic fundamental points that she made, I agree. Of course, there are 6 people who've written detailed letters in the packet. Those individuals' letters deserve to be read in detail. They're responsible persons who are concerned about the future of the Kansas Road neighborhood. I think that, obviously we all want more health care. We all would like to have better health care. And there's no question that Sparrow Hospital is a legitimate institution, and we respect its potential. I see that the fire chief is part of your group here, and perhaps, and I would just comment to the effect that as far as the emergency room activity, emergency vehicle activity, the new emergency room, which will come online from McLaren, will obviate some of the points that were last made regarding making this a good choice. In addition, the property directly across the street, if that was used, would also obviate the comments made about how wonderful this location is for emergency vehicles. A point I wanted to make from last time was that our water was contaminated. That point was made by a resident in a letter, and that is a false statement. And unfortunately, Mr. Duchesne repeated that statement. I spoke to Mr. Walsh, and he informed me that the water that's from our aquifer versus your aquifer is not contaminated, and that there is, of course, chemical means of taking care of that in any case, which we're all using. So in order for us to obtain water from the sparrow activity, we will lose our quietude. That's 7 nights a week, friends, and 7 days a week, and some element of safety. If your responsibility is to reinforce the neighborhoods in this community, then I would urge you to think twice about your decision. And thirdly, I'd like to say that I question the objectivity of your decision-making process. There are 4 individuals with healthcare backgrounds that live in this region, in this area, and they all, the Kansas area, they all oppose your perspective that this should be the best thing to do next from the health.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Mr. Faisney will be followed by the Zoom caller identified as Donna Old.
Very well done.
Please state your name and address.
Hello, my name is Donna Old, 4104 Cornell Road, where I've lived for the past 29 years. I am chair of the Ebersol Foundation, an exclusively charitable group that raises funds to support the Ebersol Environmental Education Center in Wayland, Michigan, which is owned and operated by the Lansing School District, and to which students from Hazlitt have previously attended. We are planning a raffle, to help build a pavilion and amphitheater at the site to be held on September 26th, and we'll be selling only 250 tickets in the greater Lansing area. We have filed all of our paperwork for our license, except the document in front of you, which requires, according to the state of Michigan, that any governmental agency submit to them. The document in front of you, I believe, is called a Resolution for Charitable Gaming Licenses. I come to you because you are the closest governmental entity to which I live, to where I live. And I was hoping that you would be kind enough to complete this document for the Ebersol Foundation. If you need any further information, please don't hesitate to ask. And thank you so much for your assistance.
Thank you. Do we have another speaker?
The following speaker will be identified in Zoom as Aubrey Holmes.
Please state your name and address.
Good evening, I'm Aubrey Holmes, 34 Broad Street, Charleston, South Carolina. I'm with the Okemos ILAL Investors LLC. Just wanted to let you know our team is here tonight. Wynn Bishop is also on the line with Smith Packet. And we have submitted a site concept plan as well as elevations since the last township hearing. And we'll be available to answer any questions later on.
Thank you.
Followed by the Zoom caller identified as Melissa Keener.
For the record, please state your name and address. You're on mute. Still muted. Ms. Keener, you are muted if you're trying to get in.
It appears that Ms. Keener may be having trouble unmuting. Next caller we can go to is Zoom caller identified as Steve Freemeyer.
All right, we'll try to go back to Ms. Keener later. Mr. Freemeyer, state your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Steve Freemeyer. I'm a resident at 3622 Kansas Road. I am against the proposed Sparrow Hospital freestanding emergency room for reasons that were previously stated. The tranquility of our neighborhood, it goes against the master plan. It's going to bring unwanted bad actors into our neighborhood. The biggest thing that I want to bring to the board's attention is 3 years ago, Giannis, the Meridian Township engineer, did a study of the cost of putting a water main down Kansas Road, and it came out to approximately $15,000 per resident. I've been in contact with GA Hunt to see what it's going to cost to get from the main to the meter. That's an additional $3,000 or $4,000. And also then you would have to hire a private plumber to get everything worked around inside your house. So, you know, $10,000 put up by Sparrow is not enough. And if they're really concerned about our water quality, which has been stated in the past, I've spent quite a bit of money to rectify my water, an iron filter, sulfide filter, RO system, water softener. So, you know, my water's good and I don't get a bill every month. This was turned down by the Planning Commission. And then when this board got a hold of it, Sparrow had made all these promises and concessions, but where and how is this board going to hold Sparrow to these concessions that sold it to you so well? They are proposing the water main, not enough money there, and how do we guarantee they'll pony up the money that they even have promised? 2, they have said that there would be no entrance or exits off of Kansas Road into this new facility. How does this board guarantee us as residents that that's not going to take place? I will remind this board that we were sold a big bill of goods when the elevation project was being kicked around by the board. We were promised a grocery store to keep traffic down. We were promised a community center. Utopia, you know, community inside of a community, no one would ever have to leave and that would keep traffic down. Those did not take place. This board, you know.
Your time is up, sir. Please summarize quickly.
I don't want this damn hospital down at the end of my road. Thank you.
Yep.
Freemeyer, we'll try Melissa Keener one more time.
Ms. Keener? Anyone else in the queue?
Yes, Ms. Keener, although unmuted, we're still not able to hear her. We will move on to the caller identified as Dr. Sandos Al-Hashi.
Doctor, your name and address, please.
Good evening. This is Sandos Al-Hashim. My address is 3589 Kansas Road. I just wanted to speak about the emergency or the proposal by Sparrow Hospital. I work in healthcare administration and I really against this project. I think my neighbors had said it very well, what we all thinking. I met with the neighbors this weekend and it's really frustrating to see all of them are very upset about this. And I hope that you guys listen to what they said. I really don't have anything to add to what they said because they really said it well. Please do not approve the proposal. Thank you.
Yep.
And we will try one more time going back to Melissa Keener.
Okay, we will remind Ms. Keener that we'd also have an opportunity at the end of the meeting for public comment as well. But I'm not seeing, hearing anything from Ms. Keener.
And we have Ivan, the Zoom caller, who's raised his hand as well at this point.
Ivan, please state your name and address. You're still muted, Mr. Mr. Geebies, is there a particular system through which they're trying to come that these individuals are not succeeding?
These are normal Zoom callers.
Okay. Well, we're not able to hear Ivan either, so.
Yeah, and with that, that's the last hand and the last call that we have at this time.
We'll now go on to the Township Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to pass after the report I gave unless there's any questions.
Any further questions for the manager? Okay, we will now go on to board member reports of activities and their announcements. Board members. Yes, Courtney Wozinski, please.
Thank you, Supervisor. Hello, everybody. Just a few reports. Attended the Groundwater Management Board meeting this month with Director Perry and our engineer Giannis. Main thing there was a letter of support for funding updates to the Michigan Geologic Survey that's been submitted with a grant to update that geologic survey that's relatively out of date. And it's critical for the protection of our source water and our drinking water. If there was funding, it will allow us to update research and data collection, model development, and water conservation. So that was main objective there. We also learned a little bit about how salt or sodium chloride does affect our groundwater as well, being used for road safety and or snow removal on our roads. Also with the Environmental Commission, we're moving forward on our green grants with both the Hazlitt Middle School and the Radmore Montessori School. They're both right on timeline, right on budget. That. We're also working towards a review of our wetland ordinance. Sure, both our commercial and or industrial residents are protected in accordance with the current ordinance, and to determine if there's any gaps in the ordinance that maybe we need to revise. Big thing that we want to make sure is that we educate both staff and residents on what the ordinance is, and how they are affected. One thing that we do know is that residents within a wetland protection area or adjacent to a protected wetland receive notification on their tax bill. And so looking to see if we can't include maybe the new wetland brochure that was developed by the Environmental Commission and or commissioners and volunteers that put a lot of time into that, so that we can help educate folks on that. Last, I just want to send some appreciation. It's last week of school for Okemos last week, and I think Hazlitt too, and send some appreciation to our educators in our school community. And a trustee, I just, I know I've been faced with many challenges. I know, you know, I've got teacher friends and parents that have expressed a lot of the challenges, but really just acknowledge the fact that our educators have persevered. And even though it was challenging, I feel that we've had a relatively positive outcome. And I just want to thank all of them out there that put in extra hours, extra time, extra stress. And just thank you for your extremely hard work. And we couldn't have made it through without our schools, our school boards, and our educators and administrators. So, Supervisor.
I join in those last comments you make about all the school districts. Mr. Opsimer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I would just note for the board and for members of the public and residents throughout the township that we do have on our consent agenda this evening the setting of a public hearing for next month at our next board meeting in July for the Pathway Master Plan 5-year update. And so that's the master plan for our trails and pathways along the major roadways, which has been underway since the beginning of the year. And Deputy Manager Perry has been going to all of the various boards and commissions to receive input. And a great deal of work has been put in with Consumers Energy to establish prospective future pathways on some of their right-of-ways, one of which is contiguous with, or runs parallel to Cornell Road, which has been a priority for Treasurer DeShane to find pathway connections there. But so I would just flag that for everyone because we do want to make sure that we codify as many of these infrastructure projects as we can possibly identify for viable projects, so that when we have private development, those private developers have to put these infrastructures in place on their sites. So it is important that we do our due diligence and review that plan and look for ways to improve multimodal and pedestrian and bicycle access throughout the community. And anybody that wishes to get an updated copy of the updates that are being made can contact Deputy Manager Perry, and we appreciate his work at the staff level leading this effort. And there are a lot of great additions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Treasurer DeShane.
Thank you, Supervisor Stajka. First of all, I want to commend Trustee Wazinski for her calling out of the teachers and the great work they did this past year. I was at Hazlitt Middle School last week to give an award to Lauren DeGraw, and she was demonstrating to a few of us how they taught classes both in person and via Zoom. It was as if they were, for much of the year, holding and keeping groups of students, educating them in two different ways, one virtual and one in person. It was not an easy year for our teachers, and they worked extremely hard, and we're truly on the front lines of this pandemic, and they should be called out and commended for the great work they did. And all of the school districts, but particularly the two that are the largest in our community, Hazlitt and Okemos. Here's my report. On June 3rd, I attended the Economic Development Corporation meeting with our Representative Trustee Sunland. The main business was the small business awards that are going to be handed out with the EDC and MABA. And on June 7th, I attended the DDA, the Downtown Development Authority meeting. The main business of that meeting was the Village of Okemos update by developer Will Randall. And we will eventually see that update, and I don't think it's going to make any of us very happy. It's the project has changed significantly, and it's changed in the wrong direction. But I'll leave Mr. Randall to explain that to us when he comes before this board. But we do have an update on the Village of Okemos, and it has changed. That's my report. Thank you.
Trustee Sunland, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to add to, I attended the June 3rd Economic Development Corporation meeting also, and I just want to add to Phil's that they're working on a LEAP art grant proposal, and that will put a nice piece of art at the marketplace on the green. So I just wanted to add that as a comment. But yes, we're thankful to all of our teachers. And that aside, I can't even imagine. And I've seen all of the signs up in my neighborhood that everybody is graduated from their high schools. And I just am so thankful that they were able to graduate on time. It's amazing that it all worked out.
Thank you.
That's it.
Other board members? Clerk Guthrie.
Thank you, Supervisor Syka. I want to report that we had our audit with the county last week for the May election. And if you recall, the general election back in November, that audit result showed 15 discrepancies in the administration of elections. And our most recent audit, we only had one discrepancy. And so I was very happy about that. And the discrepancy was that notice that went out to the public was in reverse order. So while it was on time, it wasn't the notice that we were supposed to do. And so the notice that we were supposed to do was 2 days late. So I'm very happy with the team that we have in place and the rigorous schedule that we put together to keep on top of all of the state requirements. And so that's my report for this week.
I want to go out of my way to mention that the new report is the first time that we're reflecting the work of Clerk Guthrie. The old one with the many problems was a prior clerk. Thank you. Others have any reports? I have a couple items. One was mentioned already. The DDA meeting was held earlier, and the main thing that came up, or two things that came up. One was the downtown project, as was mentioned by Treasurer DeShane, and it's a very disappointing thing. I think some major changes are being proposed in the project, which we will all be seeing later. Secondly, the other thing that came up is, and we've talked about this unofficially a little bit here or there, is a formal request to give them relief from the loan that's been out there for many years for the streetlights that were put in the downtown area. When we have a healthy fund balance, it seems silly that the Downtown Development Authority, which has a very weak fund balance thanks to Myers appealing many years ago, et cetera, their tax payments, that they should be paying us with interest on that when we could forgive it. We're all part of the same government. And I believe that's coming up on the agenda at some point. Mr. Osmer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Since other board members were referencing it, I also just wanted to join in expressing my disappointment with the latest update and directive from the Village of Okemos developers, but I do want to express some optimism. I do think there's tools in our toolbox still with tax increment financing in the brownfield, and also some of the development capacity that they haven't undertaken. So I'd still like to remain optimistic, but downtown Okemos needs to be a downtown, and it's not a downtown without commercial bustling activity. And so that's, I think, the bottom line for the community and for the board members. So I just wanted to echo and validate the concerns being expressed tonight from the board. Thank you all.
Thank you. The other half of my report is I attended a meeting today with some other representatives of the Corridor Improvement Authority and the Michigan Department of Transportation concerning Grand River Avenue. Director Amber Clark set it up, and we got an update on what they're planning to do in terms of the roadway, but more particularly the combination of the Corridor Improvement Authority and Transportation Commission had sent a letter to MDOT a number of months ago asking for some specific things to happen while they're doing their project. One of them was was lighting, which they explained is outside the parameter. Another one was placing a potential traffic light control signal along the way between Park Lake and Okemos Road, and we talked about that as not likely, but a possibility. Some studies have to be done. And then last, some potential pedestrian crossways be located again in areas that are between Park Lake and Okemos and Marsh, and then beyond Marsh further. And they did talk about those as being potentially something they can do and are working on. They had some preliminary ideas, but nothing final yet. And I'm sure we'll all be seeing a lot more about those. Any other reports? Yes, Manager Walsh.
I was just remiss. I should have introduced Captain Rick Grillo to the community and to the board tonight. Recently, just in the last month, was promoted to captain of our department. Pleased to have him here tonight, and congratulations on your appointment, Captain Grillo.
Congratulations, Captain.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Think about it. I should have introduced you myself.
That's okay. Thank you, Supervisor.
Okay. Then we're going to move on to the approval of the agenda. We need a motion. Treasurer.
I move the agenda be approved as presented.
Trustee Jackson.
Support.
Okay. Any need to remove minutes or anything? Vote. Clerk Guthrie,
I'm sorry.
we need a
Did you
vote
address me?
on the agenda.
The vote on the agenda?
Yes, please.
I thought I heard you ask a question about removing minutes or something. My ears
I
are
asked if
plugged.
anybody needed anything and nobody raised their hand, so then I said,
Okay, my ears are plugged up, so I thought I heard something wrong. All right, Trustee Jackson,
Yes.
Trustee Opsimer,
Yes.
Trustee Sunland,
Yes.
Trustee Wazinski,
Yes.
Treasurer DeShane,
Yes.
Clerk Guthrie votes yes, Supervisor Stika.
yes.
Great, agenda's approved 7-0. Sorry about that.
You know, you'd think we'll all be super experts at this time, but we're all filming a little as we come to one of our very last virtual meetings. It's kind of interesting. Anyway, okay. Next is the consent agenda. We have communications. We have minutes from May 18, 2021 and June 1, 2021. We have our bills. Then we have the Pathway Master Plan 5-year update, including setting the public hearing of July 13th that was mentioned by Trustee Opsimer. We have the setting of a date for a board study session on June 30, 2021 at 6 p.m. We have the changing of the regular meeting date because of a potential election. We had scheduled August 5, and normally it would be August 3. And this would move it back to the August 3 normal Tuesday date. And then lastly, we have the charitable gaming license for the Ebersole Foundation that we heard about earlier through a citizen in their public comment. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda? Trustee Jackson.
Support.
Trustee Jackson, we didn't hear you, but we think you said you're moving to approve it.
I'm sorry. I move to adopt the consent agenda as proposed, as written.
And then I think I heard a support.
Yep. Supported.
Treasurer, okay. Is there any comments or concerns about the consent agenda? All right. Then we will take a vote.
All right, Supervisor Stika,
Yes.
Clerk Guthrie votes yes, Treasurer DeShane,
Yes.
Trustee Jackson,
Yes.
Trustee Opsimer,
Yes.
Trustee Sunland,
Yes.
Trustee Wazinski,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
Vote yes also. Thank you. Okay, questions for attorney? Not today. Hearings? No. We come to section 12, which is our action items. The first one is the rezoning number 21020, Martin Investment Properties Incorporated, rezone approximately 6 acres on the north side of Jolly Road and east of Kansas Road from I industrial and from RA single family medium density to PO or professional and office. This is up for final adoption. Is there a motion? Trustee Opsimer.
Move to adopt the resolution approving for final adoption rezoning number 21020, an ordinance to rezone approximately 6 acres of land located on the north side of Jolly Road, east of Kansas Road, from I industrial and RA one family medium density residential to professional and office with conditions.
Is there support for that? Trustee Wozinski. Trustee Absamer.
Yeah, so this has been before the board for the previous 2 meetings. Obviously, we have heard from residents, some of whom are in support and some of whom are in opposition. What brought me in support of this project were a number of factors. One is the screening and the way in which the screening with the landscape and interlocking conifer and tree lines are codified in the conditions, which is how we go about enforcing it. And some other examples were given on land use decisions where certain things were not followed through on. And by and large, the driving factor there was that they were not codified in conditions. They were just proposed by developers as hypotheticals, but not codified within the conditions. So in this instance, what we are looking at is the current parcel known by its address number 3558 Kansas Road, being used as a buffer on the north side of this development, and then and it provides for the tree screening within that conservation area, but then also on the western edge of the property adjacent to Kansas, providing those tree lines to screen all of the residential frontage with interlocking conifers, and specifically our ordinance calls for interlocking conifers, but the condition requirement requires Sparrow to go above and beyond those minimum standards for a double row of interlocking trees on that western edge of the parcel on the east side of Kansas Road. And so what we're doing is we're screening that commercial use, or well, that current industrial use from this neighborhood to create that buffer on that change of use. There would be some additional footprint to this facility versus the current industrial use. But for me, the other factor is just the health improvement with eliminating the industrial, which sticks with the property, and what kind of facility could go into the industrial site. And of course, today we do have, tractors and lawn equipment being worked on that site. So inevitably, we would likely see some contamination. It might not be something that would go off-site or plume away from it, but you are having a lot of oil changes. So you do have oils and gas being handled on site through the maintenance work that takes place there today. But then we also have to be cognizant of the future use. So I do view the professional and office as an improvement, a great improvement. But then of course, the big thing for me was the water mains being extended down Kansas Road. The cost, as we have seen with neighborhoods who wish to do this by special assessment district, is just staggering today. Underground utility work has increased significantly due to the healthcare costs involved with the labor that installs these infrastructure projects, and then also just the raw material involved in these projects has increased significantly. And so we're looking, at being able to bring water and sewer or water lines to these homes, which is tremendous for the market value, and of course the safety of the water supply long term. So for those reasons, I will be supporting the rezoning before us. I do empathize with the residents, and there was one comment made about Okemos elevation, and that same comment was shared at our last meeting. And so I looked back at that approval process and what we went through. We did have, we were told that the developer wanted to turn one of the old industrial buildings there into, it's kind of like a food co-op, grocery store, innovative kind of center, and obviously that fell through, but that was never codified through, you know, the conditions, and that's how we hold the applicant accountable for what they're required to do, above and beyond what the ordinance might require. So in that case, I believe the applicant did come back to us and tell us that they were no longer able to create and provide for that grocery store. But we were able to get the Joe's on Jolly restaurant that will be going into the old tire center soon, along with 2 commercial uses. But, you know, that was a hypothetical, and that was approved and I think later amended due to the change in use. And those things do occur, but in this instance, they would have to come through and ask for these conditions to be changed. And I would not support a change in the conditions or a lessening of the conditions that are listed out before us tonight in the cover memorandum, items 1 through 6. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the supervisor and the rest of the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Asmer. Couple of quick questions for directors. Director Schmidt, when a rezoning is done subject to specific conditions, what happens if those conditions are not lived up to?
So presumably, if a condition of approval is not lived up to, we would initially issue a violation notice to the owner of the property at the time, notifying them, because potentially it's different than the actual applicant at this time, notifying them that there is a violation on the property and they need to correct it. If they are unable to do so for some reason, we would pursue the revocation, the rezoning of the property back to the previous designation, as the conditions of approval are no longer valid and being followed.
So it would not be that this property could transfer to some other owner with the new zoning in place. They would still have to meet these same conditions. Is that correct?
Correct. A conditional rezoning runs with the land. Many communities actually record it at the Register of Deeds in order to ensure that it shows up on title searches for future owners.
Okay, that's very important. Thank you, sir. The other one is for Deputy Manager Perry. There's 2 different costs with regard to running a water main. Can you tell us about that and how it relates to this Kansas project?
Sure. So the applicant, as part of their conditions, are actually covering 2 of the costs. One is the actual extension and construction of the water main. Developer will pay for those 100%. As is typical with a development project, let's say in a residential neighborhood, they'll build it, construct it to our specification and standards, turn it over to the township, and then basically we have a 1-year warranty with that. If any issues arise, the developer's on the hook to make those repairs. In a special assessment process, if we were to extend that, the individual homeowners would basically share that cost of whatever the actual cost to construct that water main would be. In this situation, the developer is paying for those 100%, whatever they may be, depending on the market and when they bid that out. The second part of costs typically involve the actual connections to that water main. And the developer is actually proposing not only to build and extend the water main, but also to assist with those costs up to $10,000 per home. I believe there's 14 homes in there. So not only are they going to build the water main and extend it, they're actually going to assist those individual property owners with connections to that water main. So those would be the township water connection fee, which is buying into the township system. It would be that extension of the individual service from the curb shut off to the home, interior plumbing that needs to be done, any potential well abandonment. So there are some additional costs involved with that. And again, the developer is going to provide $10,000 to each individual homeowner for that. So if it only costs them $7,000, then the developer, basically the homeowner has no out-of-pocket costs. If it costs $10,000 and $10,001, then the homeowner has $1 out-of-pocket cost to make that connection. So, and again, those can be variable costs depending on the plumbing and the wells, those kinds of things. So hopefully that clarifies.
Well, we had one citizen talk about a $15,000 amount that an engineer gave them a number of years ago. Do you have any explanation for what that was about?
Sure. So what that would have been was that if at that time they were investigating a special assessment district to extend public water down the road. So that $15,000 cost would have been our estimate for each individual property owner's share of that extension and construction of the water main. The homeowner still would have had, on top of that $15,000 special assessment, they also would have had those connection charges that I talked about just a few seconds ago.
Thank you. Manager Walsh, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, so basically, he's saying the $15,000, which is the cost of the main. Sparrow is paying 100% of that cost if this goes forward. So when he said that they talked to his plumber or somebody that was $3,000 or $4,000 to connect, that's where the $10,000 comes into. So it sounds to me like it would be 100% covered for that homeowner that called, plus some. He's referring to the main cost, which is 100% covered in this proposal by Sparrow.
Trustee Opsmer, you wanted to comment further?
Yeah, I just had 2 points, one of which overlap with Manager Walsh. I was just going to note that just to differentiate, the water main is what runs in the right-of-way on Kansas Road or the other public street. And then the connection is if you choose to hook up, obviously you draw from that main line in the road right-of-way and connect it to your home. But I was going to note that we saw between 4,000 and 5,000 for previous special assessment districts that we've worked on for the connection cost. So that $10,000 cap that Sparrow is offering is very conservative. You'd need a really large setback to hit those kinds of costs for the connection. But as Manager Walsh noted, the water main itself in the right-of-way that runs parallel to the street is covered at 100% regardless of cost. But we've seen a lot of special assessment, or we've seen our most recent special assessments fail, even given very strong residential support where they initiated it, but they've ultimately failed where the residents just see the staggering construction or the staggering increases in construction costs, and they basically can't stomach it because it is a 3 to 4 year process. So you can hit, especially during COVID, you can see 20 to 40% inflation based on raw materials and, just not being available. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I saw Treasurer DeShane.
Thank you, Supervisor. Trustee Opsmer is correct. We had a recent application from the residents along Sleepy Hollow neighborhood in the northwest corner of the township for a water and sewer special assessment. Virtually the entire neighborhood signed on to it. We're excited about it. Director Perry went out, got actual bids for the work, and once the bill was known, they all completely reversed course, or virtually all of them did, and came back to us and asked us to cancel it. And we were able to do that, but that was entirely due to the fact that cost was much higher than they expected. And as Trustee Opsmer pointed out, that was pre-COVID, so you're probably looking at significantly more today. To clarify a comment that one of the public made about a comment I made at the last meeting, I did not, if it sounded like I was saying the water on Sleepy or on Kansas Road is bad, I did not say that. What I said was a caller and person wrote to the board who lives on Kansas Road, who stated to the board that he had taken his well water in for 2 tests and both failed the county water well test. I was simply repeating what that resident had shared with the board. I do not know the quality of all the water in the wells along Kansas Road. I was simply reiterating what was heard from a single resident of Kansas Road who supported the Sparrow proposal. I think we have a representative of Sparrow here, and I would like to ask the question of them about these conditions. Will they be done concurrent with the proposal as the project is developed? If it's approved by this board, will the work be done afterwards? Just some timeline for when the water line will be put in, when the green space buffer will be put in, and each of the conditions that are written into this rezoning. I would like to hear from Sparrow directly as their intentions for how they plan to execute this, as to allay the concern of a previous caller that implied that Sparrow would make these promises without full intention of carrying through with them. So if possible, I would like to hear from Sparrow.
Mr. Bress is here from Sparrow, I believe. I see him on the screen. Tom, would you like to comment?
Thank you. Sure. Tom Brez, Senior Vice President with Sparrow, and thanks for the question, Trustee DeShane. We would intend to make these improvements at the time of construction. We obviously don't have a timeline developed yet, but that's certainly part of the plan, that we would gain some efficiencies by being able to do, in particular, the water work at the same time that we're constructing the rest of the facility. We're certainly proud of our track record of facilities in near neighborhoods around the community, and would look forward to being a good neighbor here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Other board members? Trustee Wazinski.
Thank you, Supervisor and other board members, for your comments. In addition to some of the comments regarding the buffers, which I think are really important, as well as the water access, I would just like to say that, you know, the need for these types of services and access to healthcare on this side of our township is needed. I can say that because going to an emergency room, and this is even pre-COVID, you can spend hours and hours and hours there. There's just not enough healthcare out there that that would be able to, you know, that has been able to accommodate some of the emergency care that's needed. I would like to ask Mr. Breeze again. I think you had mentioned previously that this is an emergency care center, but that there's also opportunity and or part of the development is for primary care, correct?
That is correct. Thank you for that question, because that part of it doesn't get as much attention sometimes, but we plan to have a full Sparrow Medical Group family medicine practice. So we'll bring 6 additional primary care physicians to the site and to the community.
And just to add to that, in my experience, primary care is where we're lacking healthcare in most cases, from what I understand, because there's just the need is there, but the pay ratio compared to the debt that folks need to incur to be a physician is just not feasible in many cases. So to allow, and I know, especially for our lower income residents, there's just not enough primary care physicians that can accommodate that Medicaid population and or just accommodate getting into a new physician. So for me, that's very important. And I think that, you know, offering that could really be an added benefit to this emergency care as well. And I know that you have a physician that's on your staff. I'm not sure she's here today, but I don't know if you can speak any more to that component, that we are lacking primary care, or am I incorrect?
Well, we've improved it a lot in mid-Michigan, but you're correct that primary care is something that is a shortage across the country, and that a lot of communities have struggled with. Dr. Kent isn't with us tonight, but she did explain in the last meeting how we have a system where we train at Sparrow primary care physicians, and so we have been able to add 26 of them in the last couple of years as a part of this strategy that we focused on to increase access to care. And so facilities like this one will help us to place those physicians to continue to improve the ability for the community to have family medicine access.
Thank you. I do want to say to the residents, I truly do read every email and I listen to every comment. So I want everyone to know that that is very important to me, and I really appreciate all of that input. And I do take all of those comments and/or letters into consideration. So I do appreciate your concerns, and I'm hearing that many concerns have to do with the 24/7 operation of this facility, as well as what comes along with that, or come along with that is light and noise pollution. And I do know that we have, several ordinances in the township that do specifically limit a lot of that. In addition to the buffers, I also want to ask Mr. Perez, is your commitment to reducing the impact on the residents and the residents' I guess, opinions and/or involvement. Can you speak to that a little bit on how you plan to address some of those concerns?
Specifically with regard to the landscape buffers?
The buffers, but how the noise, for me, if I was a neighbor, I would be concerned about the noise as well as the light pollution. And how do you plan to address that?
Yep, so we held a meeting with the neighbors and have had ongoing dialogue with them to help begin to design those buffers. Took the feedback that you all gave us in the very first meeting and discussion that we had. And so, and it's part of how we went about selecting the space and planning for the site, so that we ensured that we had enough land to be able to create those buffers. So for us, it wasn't a hesitation to be comfortable putting that into the conditions, so that there's, what we'd love for our reputation to be able to stand behind, that we'll follow through on these things, but have no problem putting them in the conditions, so that there's no question in anybody's mind that we'll follow through and deliver that landscaping, which we think will be a real improvement in terms of the sight line for the Kansas Road residents.
Thank you. Two other things, Supervisor. So I think, I'm not sure this was mentioned yet, but another concern that I would have as a resident, and I do have as a trustee, but diverting traffic from Kansas Road. So in the newest site plan that the Planning Commission, I don't believe had seen, includes the access coming off of the I guess, east side of the site. Can you confirm that as well, that the plans include no access coming off of Kansas Road?
Yes, we met with the adjacent property owner, and they have been very supportive of offering us that access so that that site plan change can be accomplished.
Thank you. One other thing I just wanted to mention is, we have had, and unfortunately we don't have any public comment here, but we have had some support, and specifically for me, it kind of spoke to me, was Bircham Hills. So Bircham Hills is a large, assisted living and/or rehabilitation center, and they had commented via letter on support for a facility like this, so that they could transfer their clients and/or residents to a less, or emergency room that may be less of a wait, or less of a wait, and/or non-traumatic injury or non-traumatic emergency. So I did want to mention that, only because I did say that I do review all the comments, and those are some of the ones that weren't necessarily represented today. So with all of that said, all of the other trustees and what the conditions that, as Trustee Obster mentioned, are codified and are going to be held to, I'm in support of this facility mainly for, access for our residents, for both mental and physical health care.
Trustee Jackson.
Thank you, Supervisor Steiger. I will not be in support of this rezoning proposal on primarily a zoning basis. It is my opinion, after reviewing the zoning district regulations for professional office, that a 24/7 emergency room operation is inappropriate in a professional office district. And if I may, in the description, section 86-432, parent A, the purpose of a professional office zoning district, at least in our ordinance, is to accommodate non-residential uses of administrative and professional nature, but specifically to prohibit the establishment of a retail nature or other activities which require the constant visits of the general public. A 24/7 emergency room operation at Jolly and Kansas clearly by definition requires constant visits by the general public. And therefore, in my opinion, this is an inappropriate rezoning combination of use and district choice. In addition, I believe that there are other other areas in the township appropriately zoned already to accommodate this kind of use. And so, in summary, I cannot support the rezoning of these properties to professional office for this conditional use.
Thank you, Trustee Jackson. I have a couple follow-up questions. Again, Director Schmidt, it is one of the conditions that there will be no driveway access onto Kansas. Is that correct?
The specific condition that's been referenced is number 4. It states driveways would be limited to a primary drive access on Jolly Road, a secondary drive to Wood Lake Drive on the east, and a drive on Kansas Road aligning with the current curb cut on Kansas for 2476 Jolly Road. This condition would be subject to the Ingham County Road Commission approval of the driveways and location of the driveways. So
there is one driveway then onto Kansas.
So the only driveway would be on the Kansas. And to be perfectly, if I'm being candid with the board, I'm not entirely convinced the road department will approve it anyway. But the one option for them on Kansas Road would be just to the north of Jolly that directly aligns with the Portnoy and 2 access across the street.
Okay. All right, and then the other one before I go to another trustee, I just wanted to mention anecdotally, rather heartbreakingly, I lost my longtime primary care physician within the last month, and I can tell you anecdotally, it's hard to find primary care physicians taking patients. It's very hard at this point. So that adds to what was brought up earlier in terms of this also being a place where primary care would be possible. Trustee Osprey, you had your hand up.
Yeah, in addition to what Director Schmidt outlined, I just wanted to state that the concept plan and the site plans do not have the Kansas road access. So obviously the current condition wouldn't prohibit it, but it's not their intent to put it there. But what's important for the board is that, we're on the rezoning phase. So right now we can't request conditions, but the applicant will have to come back to the board for a special use permit for a facility in excess of 25,000 square feet, at which point we can actually condition the special use permit approval in whatever way we deem necessary. So at that point, the board could then essentially recodify that condition with out the Kansas Road ingress and egress. And at that point, the county road department conversations would have occurred. So it's certainly my intent to ensure that that cut closed off. But what I really wanted to speak to for just a moment, which dovetails into what Trustee Wazinski was talking about, you know, sometimes we talk about access. I don't think we always put ourselves in the shoes of other people when we look at what is truly access. Is access an 8-minute drive or a 10-minute drive to a facility that's in the region? Because what some may not know in this community is that township residents actually established the Davies Project, 2 residents who live up in Hazlet, along with a local pediatrician, due to the fact that 60% of children on Medicaid actually end up missing their medical appointments. So access, you know, is important, and an 8-minute drive sometimes actually is the impediment. And when we look at the numbers regionally, it actually is a very significant impediment. So increasing primary care access for families is significant, because not everybody has the same privilege in terms of access to transportation, and also just having a more reliable work schedule, having greater flexibility in terms of taking family time. But I would encourage residents to take a look at the Davies Project and the need that their nonprofit in our region signifies for actually increasing access to preventative primary care access for medical appointments. And then, of course, the water and sewer is also of great public import, access to safe medical and access to public water, which is reliable, and obviously safety is ensured, I think are 2 important factors for public health that significantly, put this project as a true need for the community. And so I just wanted to leave everyone with those 2 thoughts. Remind everyone that if they have additional thoughts on this, we'll come back to the board for the special use permit approval and the site plan approval. Thank you.
I would not be doing my job, Supervisor, if I didn't ask Director Schmidt or the manager if the issue raised by Trustee Jackson has been looked at all in terms of, does our ordinance with regard to zoning allow what's been proposed here if the zoning is permitted?
That's an excellent question. And I presume it wouldn't have gotten this far if that hadn't already been discussed, but my reading of the ordinance under subsection 2 of the PO, permitted uses allows hospitals. So that is certainly in line with what they're proposing here. And I think although it explicitly doesn't say specifically a standalone emergency room with an office building, it's certainly well within the broad outlines of what you would consider a hospital under subsection 2 and a medical office under subsection 1 as a permitted use.
And if we go ahead and approve this rezoning and, our lawyers or someone else will have a difference of opinion, what would the effect then? In your experience, and I know you're new to us, but I know you have a lot.
No, I have not. I will be completely frank. It would be a very rare circumstance for us to get to a point where the attorneys intervene and state that the planning community development director has made an incorrect interpretation of something. Projects don't get this far without knowing the use is permitted, because a use variance is an extraordinarily high bar to reach if your use is not one that is already permitted in the district.
And again, I know you've only been with us a short time, and this project has been there for a long time before you got there, but I appreciate your
Absolutely.
All right, are we ready to vote on this? I don't see anybody's hands go up to the contrary, so it's time for a vote. Clerk Guthrie.
Trustee Opsimer,
Yes.
trustee Sudlin,
Yes.
trustee Wazinski,
Yes.
Supervisor Stika,
Yes.
Treasurer DeShane,
Yes.
trustee Jackson,
No.
and clerk Guthrie votes no.
Yeah.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 0. 5-2, motion carries.
Passes 5-2. All right, thank you. All right, we will now move on to the resolution in recognition and celebration of Juneteenth. Juneteenth is coming up soon, and I would call on Ms. Jackson maybe to tell us a little bit about Juneteenth. And I guess that's sort of, maybe I shouldn't have done that because it makes me look like I'm sort of singling you out, but go ahead.
Yes, I would ask you to ask someone else who is prepared to do that. I did not
I will
prepare.
then, because I know about Juneteenth. Juneteenth is an important date. Juneteenth, and it's actually a whole year after the end of the Civil War, almost a year, is when the word finally got to Texas that, in fact, there was an Emancipation Proclamation and that the slaves in slave states were freed. And it is celebrated in Texas and in greater terms throughout the whole country as an important date in our history, because until people knew that that had happened, no actions could take place with regard to it. And so Juneteenth is an important day to commemorate. And we commemorated it at least last year, maybe a year before that, I don't know. And we have in front of us a potential of a resolution in recognition and celebration of Juneteenth. Ms. Jackson?
Thank you for that. And in repayment, I will move to approve the resolution in recognition and celebration of Juneteenth.
Ms. Wazinski?
Support.
All righty. I don't know if we need to do anything else with regard to that other than vote. Yes, Ms. Jackson.
Somewhere along my mail this week, I've heard from, I believe, Director Clark about an activity in the township related to a celebration of Juneteenth. Could I ask Ms. Clark to tell us about that at this time before we vote?
Sure. Director?
Thank you, Trustee Jackson. Yes, the Meridian Economic Development Corporation, in their steps to, revitalize small businesses and looking at getting back and engage with the community, we thought of trying to do several different things over the course of the summer as far as engagement. And our first activity for June was the celebration of Juneteenth. As put out in the resolution, Juneteenth is a celebration of freedom and the importance of the blood that it shed and the blood that it's shared across our great nation and all the people that live here. So it's a wonderful opportunity. And so we thought, as an inclusive activity, we invited small businesses to provide a gift card. I really just set a small denomination at $10. They could make it whatever value they wish. We are hiding those gift cards in opposite businesses. So without giving too much detail, if you were perhaps an ice cream establishment, maybe your gift card is at a place where you would eat dinner, and vice versa. Or childlike activities are crisscrossed. That way there is kind of a culmination of people looking for the things that they do all the time, perhaps visiting a business that they've never been to before. All engaging, all simple, easy, fun activities. It was also a part of our plan during COVID. So we really didn't know what the restrictions would look like. So we figured that germ pods, groups of people could go in pods together without creating a large engagement, perhaps, if COVID was still going on. So we're very excited. I am finishing up the hiding this week and starts Friday. And we've invited members of the public to take pictures of whatever gift cards they find. If they don't find any and they still take pictures while they look, they may be entered, they will be entered into a grand prize drawing for a gift basket of over $100. These are all donated items as well. The EDC didn't pay a dime.
We're turning things into a reality. A good one. Yes, Ms. Jackson.
And I would just ask Ms. Clark where we might go to find information once the plans are completed.
Absolutely. So our press release has gone out. It should, our Facebook post will go up tomorrow, but you can find the information on our website. It'll be under events and it'll be under economic development as well as our underneath news. The clues for where the gift cards are hidden are on a list below. Essentially, they're local slogans of the businesses. So if you know your favorite business and you know what they do, you should be able to figure it out. I did not take the Manager Walsh method when creating riddles. I wanted this to be very, very, very easy. So keep your eyes open. Very excited.
Thank you.
We don't have to guess the day of the week that Manager Walsh's fifth uncle 4 times removed was born. Okay,
exactly.
Got it. Trustee Wazinski.
Oh, I would like Manager Walsh to go first, please.
He's probably just going to slam me down for my comment.
That was very kind of you, Trustee Wazinski. I just wanted to say, isn't this exciting and refreshing? The people we hire, the people we put on our team, like Director Clark, this is something that wouldn't have happened before, hasn't happened before. And it just excites me to see our team getting better and better and the things we offer increasing. So thank you, Director Clark. What a breath of fresh air.
Thank you.
Trustee Wazinski.
So thank you, Manager Walsh, because I wanted to speak to that a little bit too. Yes, the emancipation of slavery was, in 1866, but we've come some way, but we still have a long way to go when it comes to equity amongst our diverse cultures. And I think this fits really great into our diversity, equity, inclusion. And so this is a really great idea and would really like to see this incorporated long-term as Director Tehoff continues to push and ensure that our staff and our board and everybody involved is being educated and is celebrating these types of opportunities. So I agree, Manager Walsh, that I'm so very excited that we have staff like Director Clark and Tehoff that really spearhead some of these endeavors that are really, really important.
Anyone else? And we need to vote on our resolution celebrating Juneteenth.
Supervisor Seka?
Yes.
Guthrie votes yes. Trustee Wazinski?
Yes.
Trustee Sudlin?
Yes.
Trustee Opsmer?
Yes.
Treasurer DeShane?
Yes.
Trustee Jackson?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. We now go on to the next item, which is our resolution for traffic speed study. I see a hand, Trustee Jackson.
I will move to adopt the resolution to authorize Michigan State Police, MSP, to conduct a speed study and safety audit on Mount Hope Road and advise the board of their results.
Support.
Okay, it's been moved and supported. Do you want to say anything about it, Ms. Jackson?
I was wondering if Chief Plager might be.
Well, we have Captain Grillo here instead.
Captain Grillo, if he could tell us a little more about the proposal and why we're having it, why we're getting it.
Absolutely. So the concern came up not necessarily about the volume of accidents that we've had in the area between Chippewa and Comanche on Mount Hope, but about the severity of the accidents. Recently had a fatal crash there where speed likely was a factor. And to go along with the speed, the sight distance for vehicles that are pulling out of driveways, side streets, out of the cemetery is quite low. So we're not sure if the ratio is correct for speed to sight distance in that area. So the stance that the Meridian Township Police Department has taken is that the limit should be reduced to 35 miles an hour. However, we'd like to get more data, and that's where our partnership with the road department as well as Michigan State Police comes into play.
Is that enough? You go ahead, Jackson, Ms. Jackson.
I'd just like to thank Captain Grillo and to congratulate him on his promotion.
Thank you, ma'am.
Trustee Opsmer, you had your hand up.
Yes, I would just add a little bit more context. So residents, Barb O'Kelly and other residents who live off of Mount Hope Road kind of brought these to Captain and Chief Plaga. I think it was about 2.5 months ago now. And so signage updates were made immediately following that inquiry, and the police department, our police department, had already done work on this last year with 2 speed studies, which is what we discussed at our previous meeting here amongst the board. But the signage there, let me just go through Chief Plaga's notes. Immediately upon receiving the inquiry from the residents, within a week or two, our police department was able to work with the Ingham County Road Department to get signage improved. So where are these notes? So give me just one moment here, trying to find where the chief outlined the signage. It's mostly where the 35 mile an hour speed limit is, which that's from Okemos Road to Chippewa. So there were signage improvements made on the east and westbound directions. So hopefully those signage improvements will also help inform us relative to MSP's new traffic study as it relates to the one that we did last year through our police department. And then of course, we've also had talks and discussions in the past in the township about a road diet here, but I support the department's stance on the various sight lines, and they have worked with the road department to cut down vegetation as well that was inhibiting some of those sight lines. But a lot of, like the cemetery was referenced, and it's really the grade and the slope there at the street that limits those sight lines. So vegetation only addresses so much of it. So I support the police department's stance. They believe 35 mile an hour would be more appropriate in some of these areas where the sight distance is not great. And what we also know as it relates to some of the fatal accident recently, but not specific to the accident, but in general during COVID, with the roads being more free and open, motorists were driving faster. So perhaps what I would hope that we would see the 85th percentile of speed on Mount Hope Road decrease under this MSP study, now that the roads are more of their normal, traffic volumes. In 2020, we do know that, construction worker fatalities and just vehicle accident fatalities in general were up due to speeds of motorists being up due to the roadways being by and large cleared due to the pandemic. So that's just a little bit more background context, and I think it was about 25 residents, 20 to 25 residents who live there on Mount Hope Road, actually in Clerk Guthrie's neighborhood, who initially inquired with the township on this, and I appreciate the chief and Captain Grillo's work on this thus far, the Ingham County Road Department. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we need to, I'll call on Mr. DeShane in a minute. We need to remind the residents that one of the funny things about speed limits is that it's really ultimately controlled by state police, and they look at this 85 percentile, and you could end up when you do a speed study of getting the wrong result where our speed goes up rather than down. And in order to hopefully avoid that, I would encourage residents throughout our township, when they're driving on Mount Hope, go slow. Because if you go slow, it's going to enhance the percentages to possibly bring that down to where it should be, which is 35, not the 45. So I would encourage people, travel slow. Don't be pushing it on Mount Hope. And we can get it to be a safer street because it does have sightline issues. Treasurer.
Yes, question for Captain Grillo. After the second fatality a couple months ago, Chief Fogg informed us that additional road speed patrols were going to be run in that area. I'm wondering what the results of those were.
I don't have that information with me at this time. I can get that information for you though, sir. I'm not sure what the results were of that.
All right, thank you.
Anything else before we vote on this? Then we need a vote. Clerk Guthrie.
Right, Clerk Guthrie votes yes. Treasurer DeShane,
Yes.
Trustee Sundlin,
Yes.
Trustee Wazinski,
Yes.
Trustee Absmer,
Yes.
Trustee Jackson,
Yes.
and Supervisor Stika.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Next, we have the Lake Lansing Advisory Committee appointment. We have a vacancy come up on the advisory committee. We have a very interested party who meets the criteria, Roger Taylor, who has also been recommended to us by the group itself. He's already attended some meetings, and it's recommended Director Perry and our chief engineer that we appoint Roger Taylor to this position. Is there someone want to read the motion? Treasurer.
I move to approve the appointment of Mr. Roger Taylor of 6089 East Lake Drive, Hazlet, Michigan, as the Tier 1 representative to the Lake Lansing Advisory Committee for a term ending April 30th, 2022.
Your support? Supported by Trustee Jackson. Comments, Treasurer?
Just another excellent volunteer from our community coming forward to do the good work of government. This group gets all kinds of exciting work like picking out a weed eradication vendor or making sure that the chemicals being put in the lake are safe and non-toxic. They do good work. They meet monthly, and the lake is as healthy as it is due to their good work. So we're fortunate to have Mr. Taylor volunteer to serve on the advisory committee.
I would point out that Mr. Taylor, 10-year resident on the lake, has a dock, boat, and raft there. He loves the lake. He and his family, they keep it clean. They love the fauna, the flora, and which are always surprising them. And they see things like bald eagles, weasels, geese, ducks, etc. Sounds like just the right kind of person to be looking at keeping this the kind of lake we want it to be. Okay. Then we need a vote. Oh, Trustee Wazinski, did you? No. Okay. We need a vote.
All right, Trustee Absmer. Did you say yes, Trustee Absmer?
Yes.
I can't hear you. Okay, thanks. Trustee Jackson?
Yes.
Treasurer DeShane?
Yes.
Trustee Sundlin?
Yes.
Clerk Guthrie votes yes. Trustee Wazinski?
Yes.
And Supervisor Stika?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Next is the review of the Meridian Township investment policy, something that the clerk puts forth to us periodically. I mean, the treasurer puts forth to us periodically, and I would ask the treasurer to introduce this quickly, and then we can vote on it. Or not.
Thank you, Supervisor. This has come before the board before, as you can see from the memo. This will make the 5th time it's been approved by the board. It's essentially unchanged. Some boards approve it yearly, some approve it once and forget about it. I'd like to see every time we have a new member on this board to bring it back before the board. We do have a new clerk, Clerk Guthrie. She was not on the board the last time this board approved it. The key to our investment policy is that we have to invest in very safe instruments. We do not invest in any kind of equity such as the stock market. We invest only in grade A CDs, savings accounts, and we also diversify our accounts so we are spread out into as many institutions as possible. You will see in the objectives, our first objective is safety, protect the money of our residents. Secondly, to be diversified into many different institutions. Third is to be liquid so that we have the money when we want it. And the fourth is return on investment. That is usually in money management, those are kind of reversed, where return on investment is primary. It's not for us. And if I could share my screen just for a moment, we haven't talked about this in a while, but our returns have not done well because we are focused on safety. So let me bring up our investments right now. Hopefully you can all see this. You'll see over the past 3 years, 2018, 822,000 in returns. This is total township investments, general fund on through. 2019, we're up to almost $1.6 million. Last year, it fell precipitously down to less than $500,000 in returns. This year, it will be lower again. The fact is, we used to get about 250 basis points on our investments, which is 2.5% interest. Currently, we're getting between 11 and 22 basis points, about 1 to 0.2% of interest. So these are not great times to be investing in safe instruments. But again, return isn't our main objective. Our main objective is safety.
The board, okay, we need a motion. The actual resolution is very short. It's basically that whereas Meridian Township has a policy to invest funds, and the purpose of the policy is to ensure the safety of those funds and maximize the return, and therefore it is resolved that the township hereby approves the Meridian Township investment policy attached. Do I have a motion to adopt that resolution? Trustee Wazinski.
I move to adopt the resolution as stated.
And I saw a hand for second. Trustee Jackson. Anything further need to be said on this? I think the clerk has done a excellent job. He's faced a lot of ups and downs in terms of what you can gain from investments and whatnot. And recently, it's more on the not side, but he's still is doing an excellent job protecting our money. And hopefully, this investment policy will continue to be the guidepost under which that happens. Anyone else? All right. Then we need a. Oh yes, Trustee Jackson.
I was only going to add that I too thank Treasurer Shane helping me particularly to appreciate what you do and explain it in a way that I can make an informed decision about your policy.
I think it's the Ides of June. That's why we're all having this. Anyway. All right. Anyone else? Then we need a vote from our clerk.
Trustee Sundlin,
Yes.
trustee Opsimer,
Yes.
trustee Wazinski,
Yes.
trustee Jackson,
Yes.
treasurer DeShane,
Yes.
clerk Guthrie votes yes, supervisor Syka,
I vote yes.
motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. Our last action item tonight is the motion to approve the Amtrak Corridor Development Program Resolution that was presented to us by Transportation Chair Bagnosi. We heard from him earlier during public comment. You have it in front of you. It's a rather short resolution. It's meant to go to our U.S. Senator Peters, who's dealing with this at the U.S. Senate, and to get the adoption of the funding, et cetera, in place for this long-range goal of improving our rail services here in Michigan as well as the rest of the country. Is there a motion to adopt this? Trustee Opsmer.
Move to approve the Amtrak Corridor Development Program resolution as presented.
Supported by Clerk Guthrie. All right. And any comment, trustee?
Just to thank Chair Vagnozzi for the work of by himself and of the Township Transportation Commission in bringing this resolution in support of Amtrak's Nexus 2035 vision that will improve the frequency on all three of Michigan's routes and the new proposed corridor between Detroit, Cleveland, and Toronto. Obviously, many Michigan residents are very familiar with the corridor here at the multimodal station in East Lansing that can take you direct to downtown Chicago, but rail can also get you to many other places, and I'm very excited for this new perspective route through Cleveland and Toronto for Michiganders to their vacations and do so in an environmentally conscious way.
Well said. Anyone else? All right, do we need a vote?
All right, Supervisor Syka,
Yes.
Clerk Guthrie votes yes, Treasurer DeShane,
Yes.
Trustee Jackson,
Yes.
Trustee Opsimer,
Yes.
Trustee Sudlin,
Yes.
and Trustee Wazinski.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
I realize we've only been meeting for a couple hours, but I'm going to ask everybody's patience and take a 5 to 10 minute recess to take care of any matters that need to be taken care of. Thank you. When I see all the board members' faces, then I'll go back into session. Okay, I see all the board members are back. So we will reconvene and we'll move on to our discussion items. Our first one is the rezoning number 21040, Okemos IL-AL Investors LLC, rezone approximately 9.07 acres located at 1510 and 1560 Grand River Avenue from C2 commercial to RA single family medium density. This is for discussion. Who would like to start by explaining it to us? Mr. Schmidt. Usually we call upon Mark, and now we have a new era. We're calling on Mr. Schmidt.
I have been known to respond to Mark for the past couple of weeks, so do what I can. I know the applicant, Aubrey Holmes and Wynn Bishop from Packard Smith are here this evening to join in this discussion with the board after their initial meeting 2 weeks ago. They've got some initial feedback and provided the concept plan that you see in the packet this evening. And they would just like, and some of the feedback they got, they would like to further discuss with the board. They have indicated that the density concepts that they were talking about at the last meeting were just concepts, and they've sort of tightened that down to around 18 dwelling units per acre based on the layout of the land and the property, now that they have some additional information. But just rather than move this forward to potentially a premature vote from the board to introduce a resolution, they wanted to come back and have a better dialogue with the board to get a better feel for the project and how best to move this forward. And so with that, I'll defer to the board. I know Aubrey is here this evening to speak on behalf of the applicant.
We'll start with Mr. Osmer. He had his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. So since the last board meeting, I went back and reviewed some of the meetings in which we discussed this zoning amendment that we entertained at ANDEV's request for their project located off the stub street of Hannah Boulevard. And I also went back and watched the Planning Commission's meeting when they took up this rezoning request. And so when we look back at the zoning amendment that ANDEV had worked with our staff to develop as a one-off approach for them, the reason why we chose the RA zoning for that zoning amendment that was the zoning that the property owned by the Ides that ANDEV was looking at acquiring for that was already zoned. So it was essentially a way to bypass requiring ANDEV to pursue a rezoning, which I think made sense because ANDEV, we were formulating the zoning amendment as a one-off proposal to allow for ANDEV to go in. Obviously, RA, when we think about what is RA zoning, well, up in Hazlet, it's a Hillbrook Park neighborhood. It's one of our, dense, older neighborhoods that are typically adjacent to downtown areas. So in Okemos, it would be Cedar Bend Heights off of Hamilton Road, adjacent to downtown Okemos as another example. A third example would be Tower Gardens, adjacent off of Lake Lansing Road, up in the East Lansing Postal. That's the traditional use for RA. And so when we look at the future land use map and our zoning map, we have that stub street off Indian Lakes where ANDEV was proposing. And so in the future, based on our future land use map, the zoning map and everything, we had hypothesized that, the Indian Lakes neighborhood might be built off of that stub street and continued onto that ANDEV site. Obviously, that has not been what the IDE company who owns that land has pursued. they found Andev and brought them to us, and Andev said, your zoning ordinance doesn't allow us to open a 3-tiered memory care, assisted living, and independent living facility under any zoning. We had no authorization. And so rather than, opening up the possibility for these dense facilities to go anywhere, we did a one-off to accommodate Andev. And so the applicant here is trying to use that ordinance. And I remember when we talked about that ordinance and how it was drafted, I asked Director Kieselbach, are there any other RA zoned parcels in the township that are in excess of 10 acres? Because that was the cap that Peter Menzer and Director Kieselbach put into it. And so I was trying to understand how that acreage cap was making it a one-off. And so Director Kieselbach couldn't point us to another RA zone property or a collection of parcels that were contiguous that would meet the 10-acre requirement. Because typically RA parcels, once they're zoned RA, a home developer will, divide the parcels out and propose a neighborhood and build a neighborhood. And so that was the intent. Those were the mechanics of how we intended as a township to make it a one-off. And so in this instance, the developer is trying to use that one-off zoning amendment and rezone to RA. And so when I look back at the intent of what we were trying to do there, I don't think it fits anywhere because it was a one-off. I think if anything, we should look at that zoning amendment and decide if we do want more of these facilities, how we should go about regulating them from a zoning perspective, because we didn't have that discussion because we were working on a one-off ordinance amendment. So I think that would be from a public policy perspective, that would be the correct place to start for the board, in my opinion. But I also think the parcel in question here is, in my opinion, it's in that eastern third that we are trying to preserve. It's on a scenic road where we're trying to preserve the scenic qualities of that road. And so I don't think it's an appropriate use. I do see that the applicant has offered to come down to 18 units per acre, but I still view this as being part of the eastern third. And I would really like to see the dense development patterns cease to the west of Powell Road. I don't think this fits aesthetically in this portion of the community. And I think the section of our zoning ordinance that's being utilized is inappropriate based on the intent that we had when we put it into place. As I stated at the last meeting, though, I could support the rezoning request in and of itself if the condition were taken off, because the condition that's being offered would revert the rezoning in the event that the applicant does not actually acquire the property within, 1 or 2 years, by certain in 2022, so 1 year, I believe. And so, dezoning this property, I think fits, because I would not like to see the commercial encroachment continue into the eastern third. So I could support the rezoning without that condition, but I don't think this is an appropriate use of, once we get beyond the rezoning and we get to the development pattern and the development that's being proposed, I think it's inappropriate for the zoning, because that zoning amendment was intended for one project on a specific parcel. And that's why it was codified that way. When we write a zoning ordinance, we can't just write intent language in, like, we can't just say this is for this one parcel, for this one applicant. We have to codify that through, public policy, and that's where the acreage cap came into play. And then the final thing that I would note for the board, if you go back to the Planning Commission meeting on this, I forget which of the commissioners asked, but one of the commissioners asked Director Kieselbach if he thought it was the intent of the ordinance that you could take 2 parcels or a collection of parcels that aren't contiguous to to fulfill the 10-acre requirement to put in a facility like this. And he said he did not believe that was the intent. And that is what the applicant that's bringing this project to us is attempting to do. They're attempting to take two parcels that are divided by Powell Road to meet that requirement. And so they're kind of circumventing that trigger that we put in there to ensure it was a one-off amendment when Peter and Mark were going through our parcels that were zoned RA and looking at how that zoning amendment we were working on could impact or have unintended consequences on other development patterns in the township. So based on Director Kieselbach's comments and my belief in what the intent was, which is that you needed 10 acres of contiguous land zoned RA, I don't believe the project before us is appropriate. And I don't think we should be putting units per acre on the eastern third of the township, especially in this sensitive area. With that, I turn it over to the supervisor for other board input. Thank you.
Board members, excuse me, other board members. Yes, Treasurer.
Yes, right across the street from this, we've got the Walden Pond development. Do we know what the density is for that, Director Schmidt? It's probably an unfair question being as new as you are, but my guess is it's every bit as dense as 18 units per acre. Those are 3- and 4-story condos across the street from this. And so I think this building is an attractive building. And I agree with Trustee Opsmer, this is a whole lot better than having a car dealership there. In terms of the density, we just approved a DTN development probably a quarter mile northwest of this area, which is going to be close to 150 units there. So I think drawing the line and saying, because this encroaches on Powell Road, is splitting hairs. Now, if we'd like to, and I think we should look at this, do we like this development? Do we need this development? Is it for the general good of the township or not? The zoning, if the applicant meets the zoning requirements, I think it's unfair to them to say, well, we didn't really mean that, so we're going to disapprove you because we meant it in a different way. The applicant is trying to comply with an existing ordinance that we have already passed. If the applicant is on here for a question, I would like to ask them a couple of questions about the development itself. And one is it what kind of facility is it going to be in terms of independent living for seniors? What other, besides apartments, what other services will be offered to the residents to facilitate independent living? And the second question is there any work being done to make a portion of it affordable? For example, have you made any application to MISTA for a tax credit application for a number of the units to make it more affordable? We certainly have a lack of affordable housing in the township for both families and seniors. So those are the first two questions I would like to ask the applicant.
Good evening. Hi, this is Aubrey Holmes. I'm with Smith Packet. To answer your first question, all the residents in the building have share some services, and then there are some that are unique to each care level. So all of them share van transportation. There will be an activities director planning activities directed towards independent living and in each level of care as well. There's a walking path, there's a courtyard, there's a theater, there's a pub, there's a beauty barber, there's physical therapy, there's a gym. So there's a lot of other amenities within the building to help encourage the seniors to, one, work out, stay healthy, to be active, to be social, not to hide in their rooms all the time and just be alone, which is also healthy for them as well. The van transportation will help get them into the community, especially if they're no longer driving. They can still be a part of the community. They can still go out and go grocery shopping. They can go to local community events. So they can still be involved even if they can no longer drive or could not drive. And then also they all receive housekeeping services. And then the independent living has a dining room that the commercial kitchen will serve. To answer your second question regarding the tax credits, no, we have not looked into that. And that's not typically our bread and butter. I'm not sure we're completely set up for that. Be certainly happy to look at the application and look at that process, but at this time we have not explored that opportunity.
One more follow-up question about the meals you're going to be offering. Will they be a la carte, or will you require each resident to be purchasing a 21 meal a week meal plan?
So all the residents, depending on the level of care, memory care obviously is 3 meals a day. Independent living can have their at least 1 meal a day. That's how it breaks out to. But they can have up to 3 if they would like. So if they prefer to make their own breakfast of cereal or yogurt or something, they're more than happy to do so. But they do have an option if they're sick. Folks can bring them a meal to their rooms, if they just had surgery and are recovering. So there are some flexibilities in those meal plans.
And one last question regarding personal assistance or medical assistance. Will you employ those, or will the residents hire a third party that will come in and provide those additional services, such as bathing, medicine, assistance getting down to and from meals, etc.?
No, that is part of the staff within the building. They do have a medical group, and it's from different levels of care. So it depends on their needs. If it's someone who needs to bathe them, then that's part of it. If it's doing laundry, if it's medication reminders, bringing them medication, it depends on the level of care. But yes, that will be all part of the services in the building.
So you will hold a license for an assisted living facility, not just as an independent living facility. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, I commend you for that, because other facilities in the township have hired third parties to do that medical work. And so they avoid the licensure and avoid the scrutiny that comes with that and turn it over to a third party. And it's really not the most transparent way to do business. If you're going to offer assisted living, you should offer it and go through the standard certifications that such a facility should go through with the state of Michigan. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
Director Schmidt.
Treasurer Shane, just circling back to your question, quick back of the napkin math, I believe that the ponds itself is developed right about 8 dwelling units to the acre, but as you may recall, there's a giant pond in the middle. So the property looks a whole lot denser than it actually is, because the pond obviously takes up a substantial portion of the center of that site.
Thank you.
Other board members, we're into discussion. Clerk Guthrie.
Also at the ponds across the street, their first story is below ground. So if you have 3 stories, if it's 3 stories, one of them is below ground. It's not 4 stories above ground. So it looks quite differently. And so even though they're below ground, you can access via a wheelchair around the outer side of the building to the back of those apartments if you're on that lower level first ground. But they don't have elevators at those apartments. So it does look a little bit different. And I feel like I'm missing information about like what are the guarantees of what trees are going to stay in place, and what trees are going to be in front here and in the back. And I just feel like I don't have a ton of information to make a decision on what this area is actually going to look like outside of this building facility. Am I wrong? Did I miss it at a meeting, or?
No, I would point out this is actually a rezoning request, and although sometimes as we got involved, for example, with the project we talked about earlier this evening, there are conditions that are submitted with the rezoning that may relate to those. Technically, they come at different stages, but at this point, I don't think we have any of that. If I'm wrong, someone please correct me.
No, I would reiterate that that is an accurate statement of where we're at this point. And obviously, given the concept plan that they've shared with us, this will certainly be back, if it were to proceed, would certainly be back in front of the board in the future for special land use request for a couple of items, if I am thinking through it properly in my head. So we're sort of very early in the process as to whether or not this concept is of rezoning the property is acceptable to the township to allow them to continue in their development process.
I also should mention to the treasurer that Michigan does not regulate or license assisted living facilities. We do nursing homes, home for the aged. We do not do assisted living. So there is no state requirements. Ms. Jackson.
I think as Trustee Opsimer suggested, we've gotten way ahead of ourselves. I think that his suggestion that we straighten out the issues with the zoning category first, before we can talk about what anything that may be put on that land looks like, and how it uses and fits on the land. And so I think the questions he raised about what zoning category is, a district category is actually appropriate at this location is more pertinent at this time than going on and talking about the proposal that is here. The suggestion that that this applicant is trying to use a special zoning amendment that we applied at another location where RA was already existed, raises a lot of questions to me. Is RA even appropriate at this location in the Eastern Third as a substitute for, or as an exchange for community service, or C2, I believe. So I think really, I would be more interested at this point in exploring what is an appropriate zoning category for this site if it's not going to be C2. I don't have a suggestion, thank you.
Other board members?
At this point, thank you.
Trustee Wazinski and then Trustee Opsimer.
Thank you. Apologize, I had to wait for a minute, but to Trustee Jackson's point, I agree that we're in a position to, based on previous zoning changes, we're in a position to look at the zoning and the appropriate zoning at this point. I'm not sure I'm comfortable actually even considering a development at this point, but maybe looking at the zoning. It is the easternmost portion of our community that is mostly our natural area. So looking to make sure, unfortunately, we've got a clear-cut portion right now, but to making sure that we look at that intentionally is my my thoughts at this moment.
Anyone who hasn't spoken yet? We have several. Yes, clerk.
I concur with Trustee Jackson about almost everything that she said. But I also agree with Treasurer DeShane that this type of project does seem appropriate based off of what is across the street. But I would like to look at the rezoning of the property, not necessarily what the proposal is at that property. I think we need to take a careful look at that, like Trustee Wazinski said.
Trustee Opsimer.
So to clarify for the DTN rezoning that came before us, that has a density of about 6 units per acre, or 1/3 of what we're talking about with this project. And what we're talking about with this project is conceptual, because there's no condition offered to constrain it to 18 units per acre. And our zoning ordinance allows it to actually have, it's either 25 units per acre or unlimited. I don't even know that there's a cap, because again, we didn't go over it with great scrutiny because it was a one-off amendment for one developer who already had a concept site. ANDEV was already showing us how many units per acre they wanted to build on this one specific site. You know, everything, so many things have been hashed out based on what ANDEV was proposing, and then the work that we did with the neighborhood, that we didn't, you know, spend a great deal of time deliberating on that zoning ordinance. So without a condition on this rezoning, the 18 units per acre, there's nothing holding the applicant to that. And then across the street at the pond, I mean, if it's 8 units per acre, it's clearly not a mixed use plan unit development where 18 units per acre would even be allowed. So it's clearly a much lower zoning category for all intents and purposes. But that gets kind of confused here because RA is a very low density, single family home, detached home zoning category. But to Trustee Jackson's point, the only reason we're talking about RA right now, we should be talking about like C3 or something intensive, but we picked this to let ANDEV bypass a rezoning. We were giving them, because if it's a one-off and it's only going to be relevant to ANDEV, why do we have to make them rezone? And in fact, if we had made them rezone, they could have walked away and that zoning could have stuck with the land, and then the residents in Indian Lakes would have been stuck with whatever that zoning that stayed with the land adjacent to them could have brought about in terms of development. So it was also a form of insurance for Indian Lakes residents so that they didn't have that RA parcel upzoned to commercial, only to have ANDEV walk away, which actually turned out to be true because, you know, they couldn't reach a selling price with the IDE. So all the more reason to be, you know, cognizant of the rezoning, but because this technically is a downzoning, I can support the rezoning without the reversion condition, but I don't think the project itself behind it is appropriate because that zoning amendment was never intended for this parcel. It was intended for one. And I would concur with Trustee Jackson. I'm happy to entertain looking at that and have one off, especially because right now, sitting on the books for no reason with having walked away. So perhaps we could look at where do these facilities go in the township? What zoning should they be on? Because really, we're talking about 18 units per acre. That's the density that we allow under mixed use plan unit developments. Like Newton Point would be a better example, not DTN's project that was only 6 units per acre nearby to this site. But Newton Point up there had a more significant density, and it was a mixed use plan unit development where you can have up to 18 units per acre. And really these facilities should have similar zoning regulation to that. In the end, I'd like to see this corner preserved because as Clerk Guthrie noted, not only are the ground floor units in the pond underground, or at least halfway underground, but the grade drop off there at Grand River Avenue also puts that development at a very low grade level. So you really only see like the top unit or the top floor because of that grade change. It barely rises above the road level. And the screening out in front, much more intensive than what are in the site plans here. I mean, I count like, 6 or 8 immature trees that would be replanted at the front of the site. I don't even think the landscaping on the elevations in the packet meet our zoning requirements for landscaping. So, then when we talk about the DTN site adjacent to, at least it did have the benefit of bringing more pupils into the Okemos School District and would have some prospect of helping us reopen Wardcliff Elementary by getting our people counts to where they need to be for the reopening of the elementary school. But a senior care facility doesn't help us move the needle on reopening Wardcliff. But just a few other thoughts that I've had on the development and the rezoning application before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Schmidt. Again, I know you're new, but this board a number of years ago adopted a more or less a public service boundary where we're
Very
trying to keep. I'm sorry?
Very aware of it. That's part of the draw of this job.
Yeah, about a quarter, we call it the third, but it's around a quarter of the township on the eastern side, trying to keep it more rural, so we can have a mixed township in terms of everything else. Where does that boundary fall with regard to this project? Because it's been mentioned now by a couple speakers.
Let me pull it up here so I have the exact location of it.
Sure.
It's going to be just down the street on the other side of Powell Road.
It's not.
About
The area that you're talking about tonight is not included in the urban service boundary at all.
Yeah, that's where I was going. I thought this was just outside of that area.
Just west of it.
Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schmidt, as well. All right. I have mixed feelings on this project in terms of a zoning request. I like the fact that it's zoning down, but I'm not sure I like where it ends up going. Treasurer, you had your hand up.
Just to say two things. One is that I agree that we do, if we're not going to approve this zoning for this development, we need to find a zoning requirement that allows these types of facilities to exist in the township, where you're going to see more of these requests before us. They're needed. While they may not add students directly to our schools, they do allow our seniors to stay in the community, and oftentimes families will relocate to be near their parents. And so indirectly they do. As for the trees mentioned by the clerk, we lost 310 trees on this site. Okay, those trees are gone, and the idea of holding a future developer responsible for those 210 trees really doesn't get us anywhere. That was a natural disaster what happened to that site, but it happened. And we've got to move on from that and make sure that landscape and any future development includes the inclusion of trees that are significant. But we lost the battle when LaFontaine came in and massacred that site. We now need to move on and do the right thing for that site, but the trees are gone. And it's sad. I love trees. I pioneered the effort last year with the Environmental Commission to plant 30 mature trees. We need more and more of that. For this site, the damage is done, the accident is over. We've got to move on and recover from it and not hold future developers responsible for what LaFontaine did to that site. That's all I have. Thank you.
My bottom line is, I think many of us could find the wherewithal to change the zoning from a commercial to an RA, but the applicant may not be happy with that in the end because we may not be willing to approve what they're going to propose. Does anyone differ with what I just said? Not really seeing anybody. So does anybody think this needs to move to, go ahead, Mr. Opsmer.
I would just say I concur with your sentiment there that I can support the rezoning without the condition, I guess, to clarify, but I can't support the conceptual plan of the project. And I do just want to point out that, I don't think the tree situation is lost. I still think this can be a preserved scenic corridor, and the road right of ways are free game so long as we get approval from the county. And we just talked about earlier this meeting about our fund balance being in excess of $8 million, which is over a third of our annual budget in the township. Plus all the ARPA funding coming in, and we've already done tree programs the past 2 fiscal years to the tune of 10,000. So there's nothing prohibiting the township from reforesting at least the right of way to provide that scenic aesthetic here at this developed corner of Full Road and Grand River. And if we had whoever the landowner is in the future, as long as we get their blessing, we can always plant denser into the parcel. But I would concur with the supervisor's take. Thank you.
So the question is, do we have interest in having this come back for action for the change in the zoning? But the proposal is a conditioned one where it has to be Oklamas IL Investors LLC becoming the civil owner. I don't see a lot of hands going up.
Well, this is the feedback that I think the developer needed to hear this evening. And at least gives them an opportunity to go back to the property owner and have a further discussion about the condition and whether or not that can be massaged or removed from the request. So hopefully this helps them move forward, because obviously we don't want to put anybody in a position where we're having an awkward vote on a potential introduction of an ordinance that we don't like. So I think that was the hope this evening, is to get them as much feedback as possible.
Excuse me.
Is there any final feedback? Oh, Ms. Holmes, was that you?
I'm sorry. I wasn't quite sure at the appropriate time. Would it be all right if I address the tree concern real quick?
I'm sorry, if you what?
If I addressed everyone's
Oh, yeah,
tree
you,
concern
please.
real
Speak
quick?
up.
Okay. I think the elevations are a little misleading, and I apologize for that. The elevations are showing the trees up close to the building. It's not depictive of the view of the building or the trees from the road, and we would be happy to show that as well. On the site plan, we were trying to show a much larger tree buffer than the elevations demonstrate. What they're showing are just the trees between the building and the parking lot, not up against the road. And we agree, we really do like the trees, and we would like to plant a tree buffer not only around this whole 9 acres, but we were also proposing to plant it along the 1 acre as well. The seniors enjoy the trees. It makes the site a lot prettier and much more enjoyable walking path. So we are in agreement that we would like to improve the landscaping and add more trees. So I apologize again that the elevations are a little misleading.
I guess I have a quick question. What was your intention for the 1 acre?
I think we're still looking at that. You know, it could be part of the tree buffer. Honestly, just trying to fit the 108 units on this property was tight, so we were trying to look at how to fit that in parking. You know, I mean, we don't have we're not planning on putting a building or any auxiliary building or anything like that. Really just trying to get to that 10 acres, just trying to comply with the current zoning. And that was the option. That was the closest parcel. Obviously the power road in between, it's not contiguous, but it was as close as we could get. And we are still trying to add a tree buffer on there too.
Had you considered any kind of a community amenity for that 1 acre site?
We have not, but I'm happy to take a look at it. Did you have anything in particular in mind?
No, you're the applicant. I just throw that out there. All right.
Okay.
Anyone else? I guess we'll wait and see what Director Schmidt tells us in terms of bringing us back for future discussion.
We'll discuss it with the applicant. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. And thank you for being a part of our meeting, Ms. Holmes, and anyone else who was here from the project.
Thank you.
Okay, next is our Downtown Development Authority loan forgiveness request.
Good evening, trustees. Thank you for your time. Today before you is a discussion item for the Downtown Development Authority loan forgiveness. At our last meeting, the DDA authority met, and in your packet is included as a letter submitted by that authority, signed by the chair, documenting the history of the DDA's finances, and I will go over that in relative detail this evening. The request formally is for forgiveness and granting of the $124,500 loan note that is with the township's general fund to the DDA. Current fund balance of the DDA is $83,407.36 in the negative. There's only $57,000 in cash in the DDA's independent bank account at the time. And you have the $24,500 note as well. A loan agreement was formed by the DDA and Meridian Township in 2010 for the purchase and installation of the streetlights that are in the DDA as they are right now. The DDA continues to pay on those that loan. They also pay consumers' energy bill for those streetlights in continued operation. 2 years after that loan was approved between the DDA and the Township Board, the township was notified of a tax appeal made by Downtown Development Authority's largest commercial retail operator. It came to a total of $300,000 at the tax appeal for the local jurisdictions, included the Downtown Development Authority, for about $84,000. So that was the amount that the DDA needed to cover for that tax appeal in 2012. And at the time, the DDA only had $27,751 in cash in their account. They entered into a loan agreement with the Meridian Township General Fund again for $60,000 to cover that amount that they needed to pay in 2013 when the payment was made. That took the DDA's original loan and the new installation of $60,000 to a total of $250,000 that they borrowed from the Meridian Township Board in order for the streetlights and for the tax appeal. They began making payments to the principal of that loan in advance of the date of when it's supposed to be. The loan agreement, which was signed by the board, had a couple amendments as well, but that loan agreement did not require principal payments until 2023. But the DDA is pretty aggressive about making sure that they pay down their debt. Even in 2012, when the tax appeal came through, they'd already started making large payments to that original loan in 2010. So the DDA gave an initial installment of $10,000 for the down payment of the loan, for the principal of the loan in 2013. In 2017, they decided to make a large principal payment of $50,000 and another large principal payment of $25,000 in 2019. Last year, they elected not to put a large principal payment down due to having a smaller amount of cash on hand, $40,000 on hand in October, and we're pursuing assistance of development for the Village of Okemos, as we all know, that is a priority site, a potential intensity change area for our community. So the DDA decided, with potential plans for celebration, they wanted to have more cash on hand for this year. We have this conversation right now because the federal government has a stimulus plan for our community. I believe $4 million plus in the American Rescue Plan. And as our regional partners are all sitting down thinking about what next development tools or what next steps communities should take to make themselves financially strong to assist more development in projects, this just seemed like a logical step for me, or to me and to the DDA. Our current finances for the DDA are included. This board did receive a report, I believe, in May about the current tax capture increase for the DDA, as well as their current finances. The item before you is a request to grant that $124,500 loan as forgiveness to the DDA, and then authorize the termination of the loan agreement that we currently have.
Discussion, questions? Trustee Osmer.
Thank you, Director Clark, and thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I am in support of granting these remaining funds on the loan to the Downtown Development Authority so that they can retain it as cash on hand for any future needs that might come about. And I appreciate the historical recap on the DDA's finances. Obviously, you know, we're all still hopeful that something can come to fruition with the Village of Okemos project within the DDA, and specifically the two most core blocks on the western side of Okemos Road, adjacent to the Hamilton Road intersection. But financing remains an issue. So if anything, I think, you know, should anything fall through, or if there are further delays in that project, just like the township intervened and stepped in to help make sure the demolition was taken care of, I've received complaints about obviously the aesthetic of the site since the snow melt, and I think these funds could be then utilized if we have more delays to beautify the outskirts with some green buffering and possibly put in some topsoil and some grass seed, because I don't think we can leave those sites in their current state in perpetuity. I don't think the community wants to drive by that for another 2 or 3 years. So I think that's something. And obviously, we went through this all last summer, as Manager Walsh knows, and staff and Supervisor Steichen know, as we went through conversations with the developer and finally reached an agreement on the financial investments in that demolition. But this continues to be a very difficult issue, and with COVID and everything else, I would not be surprised if there are delays. So I think it could be an angel investment in what might very well be needed to put that in a state, these sites in a state that reflects our community's values as we hopefully realize breaking ground at some point. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the supervisor for additional thoughts, but I support granting these remaining funds and this loan forgiveness to the DDA. Thank you.
Board members? Trustee Jackson.
Yes, I too share with Trustee Opsimer support for this proposal to alleviate help the DDA alleviate this debt to the township, as well as his optimism about the eventual completion of our downtown Okemos vision. Mr. Supervisor.
Thank you. I thought I saw the treasurer's hand up a minute ago.
Trustee Wazinski had her hand up first, I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Treasurer. I have a question, and I'm learning more and more about the DDA, but so if this loan was forgiven, and maybe this is a question for Director Madison and or Manager Walsh. So where would the funds come from? Would that come from our general funds, or how does that work? Could you help me understand that?
I'll step in. So the funds have already been transferred to the DDA. So the DDA just would, the debt that's on the DDA's books would go away. So the debt is between the general fund and the DDA. So the loan, the debt that's on the DDA's books would cease to happen. So there wouldn't be that liability anymore.
Okay, so the money's already been paid for the lights, and the township general fund has paid that, and so there's no I guess the bottom is like where are we going to be fund balance wise? We'll be exactly where we are right now because we already paid it. They just won't be paying the money back. But I have $10 in my general fund today. I'm going to have $10 after this is over because I've already paid the expense. And I do believe that, just for historical perspective here, I do believe that if we turn the book or the chapters back a few years, before any of you were on the board, I think only the supervisor was on at that time, the township forgave a loan to the road fund as well. That there was a loan to the road fund Mr. Stike, I believe you might recall that, and that was forgiven. That occurred probably around 2014 or 15, just for historical perspective.
Fantastic, that's helpful. Knowing that and knowing in the economic condition that we're in as a result of COVID and mostly because of COVID, I would also, knowing that it's not going to put our budget and or our residents in a position to where, there's additional funds needed, I'm willing to support the forgiveness.
In the end, this is a paper transaction. Right now, part of the taxes that are received as a result of the property values within the DDA territory are being paid to the township general fund as loan payment and interest on loan payment, when it's all Meridian Township taxes in the long run. I mean, what we've got is we've benefited from $200,000 worth of LED lights in the downtown area that have Christmas wreaths on them and flowers in the summer, at least used to, before they kind of got messed up by the project that's going on. But, I favor forgiving it. I've thought for a number of years. I've been on the DDA as a member since I became supervisor, because that's one of the roles of the supervisor here in Meridian, is to either serve directly or through a surrogate, and I've chosen to be directly on the DDA. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me that we've got our DDA paying us at this point, especially when they could have some other more important obligations coming up in the future in terms of helping with infrastructure, et cetera, as we try to get downtown development in there. Trustee Opsner.
I would move to suspend our rules so that we can take this up for consideration this evening.
I don't know that we need to, but sure, if you want to move it.
Support it if needed.
Okay. All right, then we need a vote. Well, first we got to vote on whether we're taking it up this evening.
Yep, correct.
Trustee Absmer,
Yes.
Trustee Sundlin,
Yes.
Trustee Jackson,
Yes.
Trustee Wazinski,
Yes.
Treasurer DeShane,
Yes.
Supervisor Stika,
Yes.
and Clerk Guthrie votes yes.
Okay, so now we're
Suspending the
taking,
rules carries 7-0.
okay, now we're taking up the matter as a matter of whether or not we're going to in fact forgive the loan. Treasurer, do you want to make a motion?
Before I do, I would like to make a comment first in terms of Trustee Wazinski's question. This note that we're carrying from the DDA does show up on the quarterly investments report that I share with you every quarter. We typically have $10 to $12 million in liquid non-fixed investments and another 10 to 15 million in fixed investments. It always shows up on the fixed investment, and we show the 3% interest that we generate from that. So of the 12 million, when this falls off, it will not be significant, but that's where you'll see it disappear from if we approve it.
Trustee Osmer, did you want to make a motion then?
Yeah, I can unless the treasurer wanted to make it.
I'd be glad to make it. I move to approve granting of $124,500 to the Downtown Development Authority as forgiveness of the loan to the general fund, authorize the termination of the loan agreement between Meridian Charter Township and the Downtown Development Authority.
It's $124,500 actually.
$124,500, correct.
Okay. Supported by Trustee Jackson, is that right? All right. Any further comments needed? No, we need a vote.
Supervisor Stika,
Yes.
Clerk Guthrie votes yes. Treasurer DeShane,
Yes.
Trustee Jackson,
Yes.
Trustee Absmer,
Yes.
Trustee Sundlin,
Yes.
Trustee Wazinski,
Yes.
motion carries 7-0.
Okay, our last discussion item is the citizen survey, which draft of in our packet. And would it be Director Clark that would start this discussion?
Yes, it will be. Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you all for your last vote, buttering me up, I see. Okay, so before you here tonight, it does have, I apologize, it does have draft 5 on there. That's Cobalt trying to keep up with me and my number of versions. This is the 4th public draft compiled of the community survey. At our last board meeting, the township board members elected to have comments sent to Manager Walsh, and then for us internally to take a look at all those comments and try to compile those into the survey that is before you this evening. Taking a look at, we're again trying to make the survey concise, and most of the edits were included. I'd say about 95% of the comments made by different board members were included for edits, additions, or corrections on the survey. The largest thing I would note is that many of the board members were not in favor of having so many elections, so many options between 0 to 10 with an I don't know option. When talking with Cobalt about that, the requirement for that is for their ACSI scores, which is in relation to how the survey now analyzes our community for other communities. However, when we selected Cobalt, that was not our priority. It was trying to determine where Meridian Township falls as a community against nations or other like-sized communities. I think that we all agree that we're a prime community and that we serve our residents very well on the most hitting topics. So taking those options out does not have any negative impact on the analysis of the survey once we get that. We went through all of the questions and comments from board members. Essentially, if there was support from at least another board member for that comment based on my analysis between comments, that action was taken. So you will see question 31 and 32 are our community created questions on topics that are sensitive, or 32, I apologize, 32 and 33. 32 is a question about the deer call, and 33 is a question about marijuana. And that's all I have right
now. Treasurer.
Thank you, Supervisor. I like this survey that's been presented by the staff. I want to thank Director Clark. I think she's done an outstanding job with this, what she's brought before us. She's done her best to include the input from many different board members to come up with questions that are balanced and I think represent a consensus of what the board wants to know. I know it took months of work to put this together, and she had a lot of different people, if you will, knocking on her door, giving her input, and it wasn't easy balancing all that out, particularly for a newer director as she is. But I think she did a fine job here. This is our first attempt at a survey, and we're going to learn a few things doing it this way. Nonetheless, I think we're going to get some good information from it. And I think once we get it published and we get the results back and the professionals have a chance to analyze the data, we're going to know more about how our residents feel on important issues. So again, good work, Director Clark, and I like the document you've got brought before us.
Thank you.
Clerk.
Thank you, Supervisor Syka. I concur with Treasurer DeShane. I would only make a recommendation, the last question on the survey, where you ask if you're interested in participating in future workshops, blah, 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 that the answer be put in such a way that it's named like an Excel spreadsheet instead of one line, because if you actually had 1,000 people answering it, I don't know who's doing the data entry for this thing, but it's going to be monstrous to try and put all of that into some sort of spreadsheet. So that would be my only thing, is if this goes into an automatic tabulator, that be something that goes into an automatic tabulator as well, because it doesn't really look like it is. I'm just trying to, I don't know, make a recommendation to help whoever out who's putting this together. That would be my only thing.
Director Clark, what Clerk just brought up, this is kind of a broad thing. Are you willing to volunteer, help us out in various areas? What was the intention as far as how you're going to, it's a great one to have. We need it. How are you going to capture that? How are you going to delineate that?
Cobalt likes to use a lot of different answers, like the metrics. Almost as if like every single question helps to identify who's taking the survey, and then based on the demographics, kind of understand what stage they are in their life, and what they're really looking for. So generally with their analysis, from my understanding, they utilize all of the questions to kind of get a good holistic view of survey taker. We are going to be analyzing the information. Cobalt.
But this question is not that. This question is, if you want to participate in planning workshops, focus groups, et cetera, give us your email, give us your address. You know, it's a totally different thing. This is trying to find those people out there that we could be putting on a lake board, or, you know, advisory board or a planning commission or whatever. So was there any discussion with Cobalt about how they would capture that in terms of information for us?
Yes, it should be presented to us in their final presentation when they come to give us the analysis. And I believe it will be in the spreadsheet. I believe it's an automatic tabulator.
All right, thank you. Trustee Opsmer.
So Director Clark, I see that there's a number of questions regarding broadband and high-speed internet, but we don't have one included that really speaks to the board's goal of providing broadband across the township. Am I correct, or am I overlooking a question?
I guess, is your question, I think 22 is probably the closest that we were going to get of introductory into what type of service you have, where you have it, and those answers will help the board identify what areas of the community are missing as far as broadband. Is that your question, or did you have a more specific question that you wanted to ask about broadband?
Yeah, that helps. I have a more specific question. So in the past, when we've been looking at the prospect of a millage, whether it was the police and fire millage in 2017 or the road millage in 2018, we've used the survey to gauge, residents' interest in millage proposals, and the broadband goal for the board does have the prospect of a millage. And,
okay.
I'd say it's not even anecdotal. I mean, we don't have our mapping that the consultant, that the subcommittee that Trustee Jackson and Clerk Guthrie serve on, and we don't have that mapping back, but we do know that AT&T and Comcast have, their service is pretty available throughout the township. There's some households that don't have access or would have to go to a satellite broadband service, which is quite expensive. But when we look at like the possible optimal goal of the township of creating a public system, I really think we should have a question in there, because if we're trying to achieve that, we only do the survey every 3 years. And if we're trying to achieve that goal during the current term that began back in November, over these 4 years, this is probably our only opportunity to ask residents about that. And whether or not they would support, a public broadband system, because what makes us very unique from other communities like Marshall and Linden is that we do have far more access, but people want reliability. And I do appreciate the question on upload speed and download speed, because that's kind of where the broadband providers undermine reliability. They can provide a fast upload speed at very little cost to them. And I guarantee they could provide, the same upload speed as they do the download speed. They'll give you like 50 megs or gigabytes for upload, and then 50 for download and 3 for upload. And so if you're trying to like upload attachments to your emails or anything like that, your broadband will glitch. So I do appreciate that question, but I'd like to see a question about interest in a, public broadband system that could reduce cost and increase reliability and increase the baseline plan that we provide to people in terms of the upload and download speeds. Engage interest in paying more, and maybe we could ask, because we did it, if we look back at the 2017 survey, we tested the road millage, and we put mill numbers in front of people, millage rate numbers in front of people to gauge how much they were willing to pay. To say, you know, are you willing to actually fix the roads, which would cost 2 mills, or are you only willing to do a partial fix? And that did have an impact, because then the board did put out the full fix of like 1.94 mils. I think I'd like to see a full-fledged question on that in here.
I think question 30 is our attempt to ask residents on varying topics that are potentially cost effective, what their opinion is about the township board moving forward and paying for those things. We did specifically take out, you know, would you be willing to pay additional on your taxes? Took that language out. We believe that they will, you know, it is a township goal as far as broadband, because I don't know really how much any of these other enhancements would cost, such as the quiet zones, expanded pedestrians, investing in upgrading, modernizing our water sewer systems. That's question number 30, and those have radio buttons for residents to elect. And the first two are related to broadband, and then we have, so the first is improve broadband internet access to all areas around the township. And then the next is broadband internet service to key business areas of the township to encourage economic development, and then support of installation of 5G cellular services within the county.
Yeah. I was thinking a standalone question where it's isolated and not, you know, given it's not one of a number of things to select. And the other thing that would be interesting, because we asked them about their upload and download speed, is how much are you paying per month for your broadband service? And then we could throw in the mill numbers. Would you be willing to pay 3, 4, or 5 more mills? And just give an example, you know, of how that factors out in terms of the property taxes. Because almost everybody, even if it cost us 4 or 5 mills to build it, which we know is not an outlandish number since other communities have built the network for under 3 mills, you know, it would demonstrate to people that they would save money.
Okay.
Let me ask, quick, I was gonna call on you. If you had any comments with regard to this question that, because you're on that subcommittee.
Thank you, Supervisor Syka. I concur with Trustee Opsimer about this question number 2. It's almost as if there's 2 different questions in here. You're asking about, you make a statement about the megabits, but you do that again in number 25. But in 22, not only you're making a statement about the upload and download speed, but then you're also sort of hinting at the fact that the township's looking at a goal to provide reliable broadband access, but it's not very specific, as Trustee Opsimer was saying. It really doesn't get to the heart of what we're asking them if they would support municipal broadband. But then I heard you say back down in number 30, that's where you're looking to really get that answer from people. Yet I liked what Trustee Opsimer was saying in regards to having, I don't know, maybe this question number 22 bothers me just because it has like so many elements in it, and there's 2 main different elements in there, and it really could just be one simple question. And I don't think a ton of people know. I have a conversation with people all the time about what type of system they have, and they're not even really sure. They don't know what broadband means. They don't know the difference between broadband and internet. Most people are confused. I had this conversation, you know, with a 25-year-old the other day, and I was shocked that they didn't know what broadband meant and what the difference between broadband and internet meant. And I think most people don't know that. So I don't know. yeah, I don't know if that helps at all. It just seems, I just concur with trustee Opsimer that question number 22 needs to be more point blank and mirror the goal that the township board has, more so than what it has in here.
Ms. Jackson, the other member of that subcommittee.
Yes. First of all, in general, I think this is what has been presented this time is a grave improvement over what we started with. The question number 22, my response, my initial reaction to that is that 25.3 is what most providers will tell you is the minimum that is offered and expected. And in fact, the FCC has till this year sanctioned as sufficient connectivity. What we'll find is that since January and the new administration and their focus on connecting the nation and connecting and providing universal connectivity, is that we're talking about another set of standards. We also have a new FCC director whose responsibility it is to do that, but we're talking about a whole new set of standards, which are, I believe, 100 up and 100 down. 100 megabytes per second up and 100 megabytes per second down. But the FCC has not officially made that change or improved that recommendation. And so in view of that, I'm not sure that it helps defining high-speed broadband as 25.3. That doesn't improve the situation we have with this question. I'm not sure how we do. Yeah, I'm not sure how we improve it. In fact, I think that by putting 25.3 as the standard in this question provides a disservice. I agree with Deborah's points about people not understanding what broadband is. And in one of these questions, we ask them what level of service you have now. Not only do they not understand what it is, they don't know how to determine it. And there are mechanisms. So maybe the structure of that question is not helping us determine whether people want better than what they have, and how many people want better than what they have in the township. I know that is not a helpful answer, I'm sure.
No, but I'm afraid 22 is going to be about 80% not sure, and that's not going to help us. Treasurer.
Yeah, and hearing these comments, particularly those of Clerk Guthrie and Trustee Jackson from the committee, I really don't think 22 does us any good at all. And we're going to get most people not sure. We don't need for them to know what the legal definition of it is. 23 gets to the heart of the question: how do you and your household use the internet, broadband or otherwise? And I would suggest we take the current download and upload speeds out entirely, because unless we say to them, go to speedtest.com to find out, they are not going to know what the download and upload speeds. And I agree with Trustee Opsimer, a more relevant question for this board would be, would you support a township-wide broadband initiative that would include a millage increase to provide a community-based broadband service? Yes or no? If yes, how much would you, what levels would you support that at? 1 to 2 mills, 2 to 4, 4 to 6? Give them some options there. That would tell this board a lot more than their current speed. We could find out the current speeds right now from Comcast. They could tell us what the average rating for their users are, that's 25 and 26 are going to confuse them further, and they might just get discouraged and quit the whole survey. So I would suggest we work 25 and 26 into questions about, will you support a community-based broadband initiative? How much will you pay for it? And that we eliminate 22 entirely. It just doesn't help us out that much.
I'm agreeing with what I think, Dan's right. What we really need to know is what they will support and to what extent. Dan, you have your hands up. Yeah.
I concur with Treasurer DeShane, and just to add a little bit more concreteness, I do think it is worth, I think with the small sample size, many people are not going to know what their download and upload speeds are, and they won't know what a download and an upload speed are in the first place. So we probably get a very undersampled response to those. But I do think most people know how much they pay. So question 25 could be converted to how much are you paying for broadband and who's your provider? I think people know that they roughly are paying 100 to 150 per month, and they know if they have Comcast, AT&T, or a satellite provider with an antenna. And then 26, then go to the millage question and if you would support it. And I think, based on the initial data points that we have, it'd probably be two ranges of mills, 3 to 4 mills. Would you support 3 to 4 mills or 5 to 6? Because we know, it's going to cost probably 2.5 to 3 to build the network, and then operating the network would be above and beyond that.
Are you getting all this, Director Clark?
I sure am. It sounds like I'm going to eliminate quite a few of these questions, and it sounds like I have a question of, would you support a millage for community-wide broadband access in the township? Yes or no? How much would you be willing to pay for it? 3 to 4 mills, 5 to 6, with an explanation of what that looks like. But before either of those questions, I should ask, how much do you pay for broadband currently?
Does that sound right, Trustee Abser?
Yeah, and perhaps if we think there's any utility, who are you getting your broadband through? On that same question, how much and who's providing? And I think it needs to be in the context of 3 to 4 or 5 to 6 mills. It should be stated as a public broadband network. So not to expand access, but for those kinds of mills, we'd be looking at a true publicly operated network and publicly owned network to replace Comcast or AT&T and the providers that they're paying 100 to 150 per month for. Versus 3 mills translates to $300 a year for someone in a $200,000 house. 1/3 of, what you pay Comcast for a minimum based plan.
Guthrie.
I would almost add in front of that question that currently there is no internet provider, or there is no internet that is provided township wide. Would you support a township wide internet service, community service, something like that? Because I don't think most people know. They think, a lot of people are thinking neighborhoods, that all the internet's provided to all these neighborhoods. They're not thinking that there's a lot of pocket areas in the township that don't get AT&T, that don't get any service. There's some areas that get nothing.
Yeah. Anything else regarding the survey? Trustee Abser.
I just had 2 other ones. The other one's really simple. I do think learning from the experience that East Lansing recently had on their deer management program, they solicited a lot of public comment and feedback, and they got a lot of backlash. I do think in question 32, it would be worth noting that we are performing this deer management program in concert with the DNR. I think just working the DNR in somewhere, I think is relevant to that, and to make sure that, we are working, that residents understand we are working with the Department of Natural Resources when we look at what, sustainable in terms of managing this population and then the ecosystems that they have an impact on. And my final point, which I've touched on a number of times, I still think question 33 is inappropriate in this context because we are inevitably going to have an election on this. We did have an election on Prop 1. I still don't see how a survey with a small sample size invalidates or could be interpreted to invalidate or substantiate the Prop 1 vote that we had in 2018 with 24,000 voters going to the polls. I also think likely to cause more confusion than anything else. The survey were done extremely properly. You'd have a different population weighing in on the survey versus what you would have an election, depending on what election you're talking about. There's May elections, August elections, November elections, and then of course, whether they're on the odd year or the even year, they have wildly different turnout. You can have turnout as low as 3,000, or you can have turnout as high as, I forget the presidential number from 2020, but it's the highest we've ever had. It was probably in the neighborhood of 27,000 to 28,000 votes. So having already had a vote on Proposal 1 in 2018, I don't see what this question does for us. And because it's a ballot initiative that we don't control, it's a voter-initiated ballot proposal, and we'll likely see one, if not more of them, because of the provisions in MRTMA. There's very low threshold to make the ballot for a proposal for or against recreational marijuana. We're not in control of what goes on the ballot. And so I don't see what good this question does to the township. We have no ability to react to it one way or another. And I think the way to, if there is a referendum on the election that we had in 2018, it would be for there to be another election initiated by the voters. And I fully expect that there will be one, if not two of those, probably over the next several years, given the regulations outlined in MRTMA and the 5% signature requirement over the course of a year versus the statewide ballot proposals that require 10% and you have to collect within 6 months. So those are my final thoughts on the survey, which include DNR under 32, and I don't see the utility of question 33. Thank you.
I would just point out that I think with regard to 33, we don't know that there'll be a ballot proposal. People talk about it. There are people out there thinking about it. They may be taking actions, but until it's actually on the ballot, we don't know that it's going to be on the ballot. So to say we shouldn't have the question because it's going to be on the ballot begs the question. With regard to what do we get out of it, some of us on this board feel that there's a big difference between approving Proposal 1, which did a lot of good things like legalizing or decriminalizing in another way, recreational use of marijuana, et cetera. And there's a big difference between that and actually how are we going to have them in the facilities within our township? Those are two different questions, so it's not the same thing at all. So, to me, it's important to find out the general feeling of the township. If you're going to, all of these things are there in order to find out what our township citizens feel, what they would like us to do, et cetera. We've relied on a lot of it in terms of roads and other things in the past. And it seems to me it's just logical. We ask the question, do you support the establishment of recreational marijuana establishments in Meridian Township, period? That's the question, and it's logical to ask it. If in fact there ends up being a ballot proposal, then it doesn't matter what the people answered because it's being decided by the voter. But if there isn't one, it gives us some information to use in terms of our decision making. So that to me makes a lot of sense. The clerk had her hand up, but then Mr. Deshane. And then Ms. Wozinski.
Thank you, Supervisor Syka. I agree with Trustee Opsimer's comment about number 32, including the DNR, but I also think that it should say in conjunction with the DNR and the food bank. I think the donation of deer to the food banks is an important component of the deer management program. That shouldn't be, you're going to have the DNR in there, you should have the food bank in there. If you're going to talk about, which I don't like damage to landscaping being the number one thing item, the first item that's mentioned in there, but it is, I would change it up a little bit, but I think the food bank should be in there as well. And then the number 33 in regards to recreational use, I do like asking that question in there. I almost would rather see the fact that the board opted out of recreational marijuana, and would you like to see the board opt into recreational marijuana? I'd almost rather see a question like that than how it's constructed in the way that it is.
Then we have Mr. Shane, then Ms. Wozicki.
I agree with Clerk Guthrie and Supervisor Steichel. We need to include 33 in the survey. And I agree with Clerk Guthrie. The question now is kind of biased, saying that the board opted in for medical. Do you want the board to opt in for recreational? When in fact, this board has already voted unanimously to opt out. So to be a more honest question would be, as the clerk put it, the board has voted to opt out of recreational marijuana in 2019. Do you want the board to reverse that decision and now opt in? This recreational marijuana issue is the most divisive question this board has faced in the 5 years most of us have been on the board. Quite honestly, we're split on this issue. And without public input, we're going to remain split because, Trustee Oppenheimer, you look at the 2018 election as your evidence that this public supports recreational marijuana. I look at the 33 letters to the board opposing it and 2 in favor of it as my data that the public doesn't want this. We don't have data we can all agree on. The survey would begin to give us some common data that we can all discuss and come back to a consensus on.
Ms. Wozicki, you were next.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'd just like to say to Director Clark and all that have worked on this, this version of the survey is sincerely very well done. I like the flow of it. I know some of my comments were about the flow and just the consistency and when you're answering questions, do they make sense? So I know you put a lot of work into this, and I think that component of it, the format and the flow is fantastic. I do appreciate, and I can say this for myself, I don't know other people's comments, but I do feel that my comments and or edits were taken into consideration. So I certainly appreciate that. And I appreciate the fact that, you had, I'm sure, a very long list of comments and edits, and that you used all of our comments and edits to kind of compare and contrast and figure out which ones you felt were most important. I feel that's very fair. So I appreciate that as well. One of my comments was, was some of the questions to add some open-ended opportunities. So, we asked certain questions, and I'm gonna minimize you and so I can give you some specifics. So, for example, let's see.
31.
I'm still here. Like considering expectations, do we fall short? Do we exceed expectations? And for me, what helps me as a trustee and as a policymaker, why do we do that? So I see that you've added those open-ended questions, which I know are not quantitative, but are in the long run very helpful. So I appreciate that. I did really like the question, and I don't believe this was in the version, I don't know, 1, 2, or 3. About what language you speak in the home. I think that's really important because if we're going to provide information and communication, it's really important that we are providing it in a way that people can understand it. And one of many ways of that is language. And So I appreciate that. There was just a couple suggestions that I had made, and I wonder if it's not something that we want to still consider, but we really didn't ask too much about wellness and or access to medical care, considering what was on our agenda tonight, as well as mental health. And I think about that overall. I think that's really important, but I also think about that in relation to COVID. And I know that this is kind of one of those one-off that wouldn't necessarily be on a every an every year survey, but I think we're in a position to where we really got to figure out where our community is when it comes to where are we at with both physical and mental health when it comes to COVID. Because I think that based on professionals I've talked to in many realms, there's a lot of effects that are being recognized that we don't really know how to handle yet. So I don't know if we don't have that information from our community on how they're managing their mental health and or physical health with related to COVID, how we can help them. And I think that's really important. So that's one thing that wasn't included. And I know that we're on a time constraint, a limited number of questions based on time constraint so that we can get, really good results in survey. Sorry, my mind's in lots of places right now, but on getting surveys back. So that would be one thing. The other thing was, I think, for example, the language question was specific to our diversity, equity, inclusion efforts, but there was, a couple questions, and if we're going to reduce the communication questions, maybe we have opportunity. I personally, being on the DEI board and or task force, I would really like to know what other people would like to see when it comes to community, diversity, equity, inclusion. What kind of events, what kind of programs would be really important to them or make them feel included in our community, feel that people want to volunteer, want to be a part of it, want to be on boards and commissions. And I know that if you're in a situation that you might not feel comfortable because you're not surrounded by folks that, maybe think similarly, look similarly, or have, different thoughts, that can be prohibitive. So I personally would really like to see, and it could be one question, like what activities or services would you like to see and or what deters you from being more involved in your community? That would be that. The other, I'm talking really fast. I apologize.
Well, 1 second. It just kind of.
Yeah, please.
Before you go to the next one, before you do so I did make sure I didn't specifically ask about COVID because I didn't know. I wasn't totally sure how to phrase that with the options and to keep it concise. So question number 9 asked about economic health, but we did include access to general health and then access to mental health and a rating on that for that individual to let you know. And then as far as your equity, as far as diversity, equity, inclusivity, again, Cobalt uses a lot of their analysis based on multiple answers in the survey to get a holistic view of the person answering and what they may or may not feel in relation to our township. So question numbers. So 14 is rating on a scale of being a community volunteer, participating in events, remaining here for 5 years. And then 15 asks for them to, as a fill in the blank, determine what are the barriers to keeping them from volunteering if they haven't. And then with a language question, if language is a barrier, we would understand that if they tell us that as their language. And then the demographics, if they identify in a specific way, then we can understand perhaps the why as to that person. It was very difficult for me to try to find a way to ask, I was just thinking about myself. If I look at the survey, come across, my mail, how would I feel, and how do I best ask the question of me as a person that is in, I'll just use myself as an example, in a marginalized community. You know, it still throws me off. It still make me feel a little bit uncomfortable. This was our way of getting the person who's taking the survey to tell us about themselves with self-identification of who they are, so that we could analyze, well, you know, maybe it's language, maybe it's time, maybe it's income, maybe it's knowledge about in those cases. So it's not always, not every single board member's question is a determined one question on the survey. It may be answered in a multitude of answers.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Director Clark. And I know you've put so much thought into it. And so we're not necessarily, I'm specifically not necessarily seeing each question with all that thought. So I appreciate that.
16 includes a scale for inclusive, a place that is inclusive and celebrates diversity. Then taking into consideration who would be answering, self-identification of demographics, possible barriers, you can get an understanding of who it is. Maybe they're a third shifter, they don't have time.
Yeah, yeah. And I certainly do appreciate that. Thank you for pointing that out. And a little, just a follow-up to that. So what barriers keep you from participating is really important. But for me, what would you like to see? What would you like to see in this community? Like, I try to think, like, if I was, you know, I live amongst many Asian Americans, and so we do have one, you know, Chinese New Year celebration, but let's think about all the other things that could be a part of a culture that I see in my neighborhood that I don't think we might be embracing as a community. So what would you like to see? What would make you happy? We've got a marketplace on the green that is absolutely fantastic, that we could have community events at, that could celebrate all of this diversity within our township. What would make you happy? So here's your barriers. What's the barriers? But what would you like to see? That would help me. So yeah, I really like that. Tell me what's keeping you from being involved, but you know, what would also, you know, make you be more involved? I guess it's just that negative versus positive, you know, when you're answering a question, but that helps me. Thank you. I do appreciate that. I guess my last one would be with respect to question 33, our question regarding our proposal 1 and/or our recreational marijuana. I think there is an improvement from our first version that I've seen when it comes to asking this question, but I've heard and I really feel that this will be a ballot question come November. And for me, asking a question on a survey versus asking a question on a ballot through the true democratic process, I would prefer to go through the democratic process. The information is important. So for me, where do I get that information? How valid is that? Here with this question here, with support, oppose, and not sure, I'm thinking, okay, I get these answers and I get support, oppose. All right, so we get, you know, quantitative response. What does not sure mean to me? How do I use that? In any sense, I could use that either way. So do I throw that out? Is that just you know, an outlier? Or how do I use that particular answer? And quite honestly, would it be best if we just put it on the ballot and let's use the democratic process to figure this out? Treasurer DeShane, you said it. This is a really important question for our community. It's a very important question for our board. And so I am concerned about how we ask the question, as well as what are our results and what are we going to do with those results? Most importantly, we've got what is the outcome, right? And I'm just concerned that this question is better written, but the response of support, oppose, and not sure is going to be ambiguous. it is. And if it's going to be, and I know we're assuming, Supervisor, that it's going to be on the ballot, but I've gotten a lot of phone calls saying that this is a very main objective for a lot of people. So, and I've encouraged it. Let's put it on the ballot. Let's get a democratic process. So I still think that maybe the survey is not the best spot for that question. But I do want to hear the citizens' input. So I think that's, really important.
Well, we can't put it on the ballot.
No, we're not putting it on the ballot. No,
Yeah, we can't. Legally, we
but I've
can't.
gotten
Yeah.
multiple calls.
We don't know
about
that
people
any of
want
that is going to succeed. We see petitions all the time get thrown out because of technical reasons, whatever.
Sure.
My thought is,
But
at least I get some kind of data,
Yeah, no,
But if it goes on a ballot, so what? We ask the question, so what?
And I agree data is important, but Treasurer said we've gotten 32 letters in opposition, only 2 in support. I don't think that's fair because people that are in support aren't going to be so anxious to write a letter, right? Because they're going to say, well, okay, this is happening. Where if we've got people in opposition, they're going to feel very strong about that, and that's really important. But when I write a response to a survey, or when I response to some customer service I gotten, it's generally because I felt very strong about that, whether it be positive or negative. And so I think it's really important that we survey the entire community, and to do that, I feel the best part is to put that on a ballot and not on our survey.
And if we could, that would be an answer. Cruther, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Supervisor Syka. I can concur with Trustee Wodzinski in regards to the program question, because I kind of had that same question in the back of my mind. What programs would you like to see? What events and programs would you like to see the township offer? I kind of felt like that was missing from the survey as well. And then in regards to number 33, again, I think it should be it should be in here, but B, it should be written a little bit differently. If you're going to have, should the township offer broadband? Should the township have recreational marijuana facilities? I don't know why you would differentiate between those two questions, because they're basically, it's an offering that you're providing in the township. The township opted out of recreational marijuana. Should they opt back in? So we have recreational marijuana facilities. There currently is no township-wide broadband being offered to township residents. Should the township provide township-wide broadband so that everyone in the township has it? To me, those are kind of the same. You're asking something, should this be a township-wide offering? Should this be something that we offer in our township? To me, they're the same kind of question. It doesn't matter what you're at. What events should we have? Should we have recreational facilities? Should we have township-wide broadband? To me, they're all the same kind of thing.
Treasurer, you had your hand up. Trustee sir.
I did, and I used the example of letters, not because it's scientific, but because we don't have other data right now. And on some issues, like the Kansas Road redevelopment, we have seen letters both for that and against that. We've seen strong letters in both cases against it. So people do write us when they're in favor of something, and people do write us when they're opposed to something. But I think more to the point, we all ran on a platform of a professional, transparent, and board that represented all of our residents. Our residents are educated, they're professional, they're well-informed. They want a board that's going to have as much data as possible on this issue of recreational marijuana before we take any action. To get more data, we need to ask this question. And this idea that because it may or may not be on the November ballot is a reason to exclude it now makes no sense to me at all. It just seems to be a red herring issue. Why would the possibility of it being on the November ballot be thrown off the survey? That would be one recourse for people to try and force us to opt in or stay opted out. But it doesn't really change the fact we need more data from our residents on how they feel about recreational marijuana, because we don't have any data on that. We have data on the 2018 election. We have data on letters we received, but we never asked this question. So November election to me is irrelevant to this question. We need to know today what we're going to do, in part because this board could itself take action and opt in and license these facilities. But should we? We don't know that question because we don't know how our residents feel about it. The essence of this survey is to find out how they feel about it. If you're worried about it being ambiguous, take out the not sure question part of it. Just ask them yes or no. Kind of force an answer there. But we can get data with this survey, and I look forward to seeing that data. And it has really, the idea that there may be enough petition signatures gathered during the November election doesn't change the fact that we need data from our residents and how they feel about this very divisive issue that we've been talking about for close to a year and will likely be talking about for the next year or two. It's essential we get more information. We are a well-informed community. We need to be a well-informed board. Thank you.
Trustee Osmer.
So I would concur with Trustee Wazinski, and I don't think it's like totally ambiguous. I think you can look back at, I just don't think it's going to change anyone's minds because we had an actual vote with a record turnout in 2018 of voters participating. Regardless of how you interpret that vote, I don't see how a survey of 300 to 500 respondents in the township is going to change someone's opinions on an election in which 24,000 votes were cast. But we can look at our 2017 survey and look at the fact that we included a question on the prospect of the township initiating a road millage. And we did that to Clerk Guthrie's point because that information actually allowed us to possibly adapt what we were doing with a ballot proposal. Here, we don't control any ballot proposal, and nothing about this question gives us any indication as to what the public thinks about how these facilities should be zoned and regulated. And it also doesn't give the public any information about what the board has already done to zone and regulate these facilities, which we have an ordinance that allows the fewest facilities per capita in the entire state for medical. That's not referenced. The overlay districts aren't referenced. You know, when people react out of fear, as a number of board members have talked about, and they write us in fear, you know, this question reads as if the ice cream parlor at Lake Lansing and Marsh Road could be turned into a marijuana facility, adult use or medical. There's unequivocally no context to the ordinance that the board spent a year adopting on the medical side of things. And going back to the 2017 survey where we elicited input on the road millage because it was actually within our control, if you go back and you look at it, strong support for fixing the roads at Two Mills was actually only 33 or 34%. I could easily could have argued that that survey said we shouldn't fix the roads. And then our residents supported that millage with 60% of the vote, I believe, 59% in very high change. But I believe if you took the somewhat support for the road millage, it added up to like mid 60s. So it was not indicative of the actual vote. One could misconstrue it, but even if you looked at the somewhat support and the strong support, it was overspoke support for the millage by like 5 percentage points. So for me, there is no survey that can invalidate an election. And when I read the question as presented, especially given the context of where it was located in the last one, I just think there's intent to create a number and to say only X percent support opting in because there's a severe lack of context or information being presented about the zoning and regulation of facilities, which the board has already talked about and already adopted two ordinances in the overlay district for the medical facilities, which are referenced. And I just don't see how it's going to change anyone's opinions. I think it's going to become fodder because of the ambiguity. And there will be a ballot proposal eventually because there are strong feelings and it's not hard to collect 1,000 signatures from registered voters. or 1100, which is roughly the requirement. It's a very low bar. It's the lowest bar for doing anything. Like if you want to overturn a rezoning, you need 15%. You need 3 times as many signatures to overturn a rezoning in the township, which we have seen before. We had that, we had one back in 2010 or 2012. Even that threshold of collecting, 3,000, 3,300 signatures has been done before. But I question the intent. And then when I look at Cobalt survey in Royal Oak, which was given to us in an example, when I contrast it with question 33, so in Cobalt survey, they found that support for opting in was only 2% different than that community's vote on proposal 1, but their survey had all manner of questions about the zoning regulation. Royal Oak was starting from scratch. They hadn't opted in under either. They were soliciting input to determine how to own the facilities, how to regulate the facilities, which zoning categories should these facilities be permitted within. It went through all the various facility types and then asked questions about the zoning categories. Their survey was insinuating, and was informing the public that there would be zoning regulations to it. Ours is completely silent on all of that. It looks nothing like the Cobalt survey. So I have to question why the same firm is a wildly different survey approach for Meridian Township than they did for Royal Oak, when we could have more context because we could have questions that speak to the zoning regulations that we already have in place, and the fact that it's restricted to 5, that it's restricted to these precise overlay districts that are not within 1,000 feet of schools, daycares, etc., not adjacent to any single family residential neighborhoods. You could even put the overlay map in, but people are going to politicize this either way. And so, as I've said, I don't really want to get into writing the question, but the contrast between what Cobalt produced for Royal Oak and what they've put into this survey as question 1 and now question 33 are wildly and vastly different. Even though we've taken more steps than Royal Oak has, concrete steps to regulate and zone these facilities. So that is important context that is not present. And I think that contributes to further ambiguity on the question. And of course, any ambiguity is going to impact public feedback. Thank you.
Manager Walsh, you had your hand up there for a while. Are you still wanting to talk here?
I don't think it's going to do myself any good to say anything, but I've been involved with surveys in a community that I served in for 17 years. I wrote 4 of them. I wrote every question. The elected officials asked me to do that. And we did that, and we had good surveys, good results. And we used those results on a whole number of issues. We built an ice arena based on those surveys. I have never seen something like this. Staff's getting weary. We've been through this several times. We ask you to send your responses back. I said, let's get together and figure this all out. No, we're not going to do that. Let's just send your points in and we'll figure it out. You sent all your stuff in, and Director Clark came back and wrote a great survey. We hired an expert. We hired a firm to put together a survey. And now it's as if it doesn't matter. We ask you all for your responses a couple of times. And this is our 4th or 5th discussion on the survey. You sent that all in, we put it together, and Director Clark has presented that. I just don't, now we're talking about new subjects, new items. I just don't know where it ends. And at some point, we've got to figure out what we're going to do. And obviously the board's very split on the one issue, and that's for you to solve. But I think we're going like this, and we need to go like this. We hired an expert. If we weren't going to use the expert, we probably should have hired him. We should have done it in-house. like we suggested. We have people here that you pay that that have written plenty of surveys, successful surveys. And we went another direction. And now we've got an expert. Now we're going in a different direction. I hope we can refocus on this, come together and figure out what you want to do, because it's getting very wary. They're not going to say it. They're thinking it. I can tell you, the whole team's thinking it, but no one's going to say it. But I will. Let's focus on this and get it done and get it out. That's all I'm asking at this point. We've had lots of time for feedback. Thank you.
Well, from what I heard tonight, I think the one area that there seemed to be almost a consensus that we needed to do some tweaking in this is in the broadband area, because we are trying to make some big policy decisions there. And I think some of the discussion that Director Clark took notes of might be an improvement to the survey with regard to broadband, so we can rely on it for, just like we did for roads, et cetera. The rest of it, I guess, notes have been taken. It'll come back, and hopefully it'll be back for the last time.
Supervisor, I did want to add that Trustee Opsimer asked about the additional marijuana questions. I believe it was survey draft 2, the 1 or 2. Both of those had extensive questions about marijuana, at least 6, which included questions about overlay, zoning, etc. From comments based from this board, you requested to have those removed. That's why those are no longer included. And the question presented to me, or the direction presented to me, was to ask one question with a simple yes or no as the consensus of the board. So I just want to say,
Yeah, I understand that. I don't know if there is a consensus, because I think one question is all you need, maybe even simpler than what you asked it. Ms. Sunderland had her hand up.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I agree with Deb Guthrie that I think maybe the question 33 is kind of worded not very good, or it needs to be more direct, or more favorable to responses, if that's what I can say. I agree. More open to responses.
And maybe getting rid of don't know. Okay. Well, I mean, we can keep kicking this around for another hour. I guess at this point, we should kick it down to the next meeting. And hopefully it'll be the last time we have to kick it. Take to heart what the manager said. All right, comments from the public. We're back to that again, if Mr. Geeves is still with us.
Of course, we're still here, and we can take hands in the Zoom meeting itself, or the telephone number if somebody's participating from home is 517-349-1232. And we'll give people just a second to either raise their hand inside the Zoom meeting or dial that number one last time, 517-349-1232. We have no hands, sir, and I'm hearing no telephones ringing.
All right, then we come to other matters from the board members. I see no hands either. Everybody's tired. Then we need a motion. Adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Or
Moved by DeShane, supported by Opsimer. Any objection to that? And we're adjourned.
Night.
Night. Thanks, everybody.